All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Day three. Day three. The big day. The big day. You're here for it. What's up, everyone? Yeah, some good action on the last few days. Finally, perfect timing for the stream. Looks like today another potential good day as well. Welcome back, guys. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're all having a good morning. Thanks for coming back to the stream. Thanks for being here again. Give it a few minutes today. Let everyone jump into the arena. Give our welcomes and our good morning. Someone had a question in the beginning of the stream. Anyone playing Arc Raiders? The answer to that is yes. Ryan Miller. Great game. Absolutely. Morning, guys. Everything I do, are you going to share how you scan for opportunities today? That's what we do every morning here. That's what we do every morning. We look for the setups that we're looking for. That's what we go over every day on YouTube. A lot of you guys are showing up for the 3-day live event and you don't show up for the live streams that we basically do this every day. Besides the live trading part, we set up for the day and we prepare for the day for free every day on YouTube at 8 a.m. There is no promo code. All you have to do is go to the link below. That's it. Go to the description, press the link. It's already discounted. No promo code necessary. Making it nice and easy on you guys. Morning, guys. Welcome back. Watching me live from the flight, Starlink to the rest. Hey, nice. I got a Starlink too. Yeah, I don't use it lately. I haven't had to, but it's good to have. I like how you can pause the service so that you don't have to continue to pay for it when you're not using it. I think for the new house, I actually plan on putting it. I plan on putting it on the side of the home. Actually putting it on the just sort of mounting it to the outside of the house just as an extra thing to have. Yeah, the TradeZella, I mean it seems it's just the code is BF. I don't know why it's not working for some people. I have nothing to do with TradeZella, but should be just code BF. Black Friday BF. Is Starlink worth it? I mean, it's worth it if you need it and you need it to be your service is out, right? It's definitely pretty good. It's good. It's strong enough to run whatever you need for me. I actually was able to stream off of it, so it's. I mean, you have to pay for the top service if you're going to do that, but. All right. John, appreciate that, man. Appreciate the videos, live streams, and methods. Thank you, John. Appreciate that. Starting the super chats out. Thank you, brother. Thanks for the support. Get it for the donut shop. Do you have a donut shop? I'd like to own a brick and mortar one day. I know it's it would be nice. I grew up in the restaurant business. My father is a restaurant owner. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Took the break and retest on the NQ yesterday. Nice job, Kalra. Nice job. Yeah, yesterday after we got off, that 609, was it 609? 609, right? I'm not getting numbers mixed up, am I? That, yes, the 609, or 606 Qs yesterday. It finally gave it to us. I don't know if you guys saw that. Later in the day, we finally broke that 606 and that daily 50 in the Qs, and we finally got that downside move that we were waiting on. But unfortunately, that happened at 2 o'clock yesterday. So I wasn't around for that one. I caught a piece of it, but we weren't on the stream. Unfortunately, that was at 2 o'clock. But we finally got that level to break. Amazon puts yesterday were really nice. Yeah, Amazon puts was great. Nice trade there yesterday. And then the QQQ little scalp was all right. Nothing to write home about on that one. But Amazon was our trade yesterday. If you guys missed the live stream yesterday, we took an Amazon put, got about 50%. We did get stopped out originally, but re-entered for a nice 50% runner. So that was a really nice trade yesterday. Unfortunately, I just didn't really size up into that one yesterday, so it wasn't a huge dollar amount value. But in terms of the break and retest, bear flag rejection, that was a really textbook trade, and hopefully a good example for what I look for, right? That was just a textbook example of what I look for. Tesla today is actually a very interesting opportunity, and I will get into that. I really am watching Tesla closely today. There's a very clear reason for a potential downside trade. There really is. So I'm watching that closely today. Circle was sick. So congrats if you caught Circle. That was awesome. Yeah. So some nice stuff. Let's get prepared. Let's do it again. Press that like button. If you guys are just jumping in, press that like button for me. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. And let's do it. All right. So today, just real quick, just so you guys know, I'm going to get the schedule down real quick. We got our normal 8 o'clock live, some preparing in the pre-market. We are going to take a little 10, 15-minute intermission from after the live stream to around 9:15. So hopefully from around like 9 o'clock to 9:15, we'll take a little intermission, get a cup of coffee, get ready for the day. I'll pick it back up at 9:15, and then we'll give a 15-minute prep until market open, and then we'll be going live and staying live up until probably around, I would say probably around, I got to run probably around 12:30. So we'll be live from 9 for about 3 hours. 3 hours of live trading today. Hopefully we're done before that, but I do have a presentation for you later today. I do have a little bit of I want to go through some education. So I want to leave time. I want to leave real time today for Q&A and education after the live trading. So we'll live trade. We'll leave like an hour of education and Q&A for us to actually sort of close out the event and hopefully, answer as many questions as I can. Okay. So I hope you guys have been enjoying this. I've been having fun. I'll tell you, it's a lot of work. Long day yesterday, man. Long day. I felt fried after that live stream, but and that's a good, we'll sort of talk about that. I mean, that's just another good example of if you're fried mentally, you gotta jump off. Sorry, mute. I changed scenes and it went mute. My bad. I know we're about to get flooded with chat. Sorry about that, guys. What I was saying was after the live stream yesterday, just mentally very exhausted and super important to take that time and reload, right? Okay, so let's get started. Let's do it. Press that like button, subscribe to the channel, and here we go. Game time. All right, so NASDAQ futures yesterday. we had the 24, we had this 25,000, 24,975, 25,000 area on the NASDAQ futures. We were careful near that Thursday low a day. If you guys remember, I'm going to go to the 5-minute chart. We were really focused on that Thursday low a day yesterday. If you remember our live stream, if you remember our thesis coming into yesterday, we were really talking about this Thursday low a day right here and how we were cautious of shorting into that yesterday in the morning. All right. And that was sort of the same thing, the gap down markets. We talked about this in my last video, actually, about trading downside markets. And one of the key things we talked about was don't short gap downs, right? Don't short gap downs into key levels. So we gapped down on the market. I guess sort of opened flat, if you would say, but we were moving lower in the pre-market, right? Into that Thursday low. And so you can see pretty much right off the open yesterday, you just got this random squeeze off that Thursday low. You actually got this really clean trap yesterday under that Thursday low, which I will, if you guys came to the live stream yesterday, this was probably the best call we had yesterday, was not shorting here and being cautious of the sweep of those lows and how that actually created a very nice long opportunity. Unfortunately, I did not get aggressive on that, but we had an awesome read on that. So right here, you can see the NASDAQ swept those lows, and this was just another trap to the downside, similar to this one. So you had two sort of short traps there yesterday into our exact Thursday low, which was a really good read yesterday. But finally, later in the day, look at what happened, right? This didn't happen on stream, unfortunately. It happened much later in the day, around 2 o'clock. But later in the day, we finally turned the Thursday low right here into a rejection, right? Finally set it up. So unfortunately, we didn't get it here. We didn't get it here. We just got these sort of stupid pops that went nowhere. And I'll go to the SPY levels, which you'll see was so perfect. The SPY rejection levels yesterday were just so spot on. But finally, we got a nice consolidation underneath our supply level. And finally, you got your downside move. So happened later in the day, that's going to happen, man. And something I need you guys to, something you need to think about long term is, hey, if you like trading from, let's say, the 9:30 to 11 o'clock hour, and you say, hey, I want to look for my trading opportunities within the first few hours of the market, that's where I'm the best, right? That's where I'm sharp mentally. That's where I'm ready to go and prepared. And sometimes, the truth of the matter is, later in the day is when you get the juicy move. And some of the worst things that I've done in my trading career, some of the worst days that I can recall in my mind, those really bad days that I can remember are days where I got back onto the computer late day and tried screwing around, right? Tried screwing around, tried, getting back into the charts, tried just getting back to try to make some money because the market's moving again later day, and then giving back my profits or going on tilt because I gave back my morning profits and then I'm trying to make them back all day. And before you know it, it's 4 p.m. and I've basically just blown up everything, right? And so, there's going to be days like this where you got to look at this and say, you know what? Oh, well, I mean, it's too late. This is not my normal trading hours and I'm not going to go chasing this. Even though, right, hey, if you were around later day yesterday around 1:30, 2 o'clock, then hey, that was a nice trade. Beautiful downside trade, beautiful failure of the Thursday low, very structured downside move. You can also see that we have turned, right, the previous lows from intraday yesterday into rejections, right? Look how clean that is in the overnight session. So we are absolutely on this NASDAQ futures. And if you guys remember, our thesis yesterday was definitely leaning towards the downside. We were saying there's no reason to long this market back into these lows, right? And back into that 25,400 area. That was sort of our main thesis, was no reason to long if we're rejecting this 25.4, which is not a short-term level, guys, right? Remember, 4-hour chart zoomed out. Remember creating our levels on day one. On day one, this was our level we created, right? These levels that we created on Sunday of this week, on day one of this live stream, are still intact, right? And still, this is what the market is trading off of. So right here, major rejections on this market at 25.4, these previous highs and these previous highs. And there's no reason to think that this little short-term downtrend is slowing down at the moment. So I'm still cautious on the upside. I really don't love the upside trade still. We need major reclaims. We need major higher lows. We need major higher lows and higher highs. And we are simply not getting that, right? If you look at this hourly chart, this is nothing more than lower lows and lower highs right now. Now, here's where that could change, right? Here's where that could change, and that is all about today. Today is very interesting. Today, you are looking at the potential of this low trapping again in a morning downside move. So let me go ahead and show you where you're trading right now today. So you can see on this 30-minute chart, take a look at where we're at. We have this last Friday low right here at 24,709. We have this Friday low from last week between 24,709 and 24,626. We can also see here in the pre-market, we have traded lower into that level multiple times, and we have seen bulls try to hold this spot to start today. And so this is for sure not a spot that I am looking to short into to start the day, right? I am not looking to have my short average be at these lows. That is for sure. Now, am I still potentially looking to short today? Yeah, right? Yeah, that's the direction of the market. But I need the pop and fade, right? There is no better trade in a downside market than the pop and the fade. Looking for pops to reject, not shorting lows. Shorting lows is by far the most dangerous thing in the market because, one, the market naturally will go higher, right, long term. So there is definitely fuel to upside moves. When you are wrong on the short side, you will typically be caught in a short squeeze, which is a very aggressive thing. It's a very emotional and just a terrible thing to be in. You do not want to be short during a short squeeze. It's the worst thing you could ask for in the stock market, right? How do you get caught in a short squeeze? Typically, you are chasing low-a-day breakdowns, right? That's typically what you're stuck in. Very rarely are you going to be stuck in a massive squeeze if you're fading a major supply level and unfortunately it just sort of goes against you and goes above it, right? But if you're chasing lows, you are very susceptible to squeezes, very susceptible to traps, and it's just not a trade that you should ever really be that excited to look for. So this morning, I have no interest in shorting these major lows. Will I be interested in shorting a pop into a supply level? Hell yeah, right? That's what I want to look for. So when I zoom out on this 4-hour chart, right, I'm looking at 4-hour lows here. I'm looking at 4-hour lows here. I'm looking at major 4-hour lows that shot this market up right here. I'm looking at 4-hour lows, 4-hour lows, 4-hour lows, right? I'm looking at a bunch of these lows that shot the market back up. So do I want my average short to be down in these lows? Hell no, right? Would I look for a pop and fade or would I look for a break of these levels for shorts? Yeah, definitely. So that's sort of what I'm looking for today. So today, when I'm looking at this 30-minute chart, for me, the cleanest spot that I'll be looking for today is a little pop and fade, possibly back up into that Thursday low, right? If we sort of navigate back higher today, get a little morning pop back into these highs and start to curl back over something like this, right? And then we move lower, I would love to initiate a short back up into that supply. Similar to these pops and fades that we saw yesterday, right? Pop, fade, fade. Can we get another pop? Can we get another fade? So I'll be looking for that today. Looking to see if we can get maybe a retest of that Thursday low back into the 24,975 to 25,027 and get that move back higher. Sal, good morning, Vince. I just wanted to drop a quick 50 to say thank you for hosting this live trading event. Really appreciate the insights and the time you took to share your experience. Thank you, Sal. Better call Saul. Appreciate that, Sal. Thank you, man. Thanks for the 50 to start the day. So that's definitely a morning thesis for me, right? Careful shorts into these lows. Look for the morning pop into these highs. Am I interested in longing these lows into these highs? It would not be my first choice, right? It would not be my first choice. If I see something intraday that says, okay, this looks pretty good for a potential squeeze into that high, then maybe, right? That's price action reading real time. So if we see that today in real time, maybe there's a reason to look for it, knowing that this is some demand down below. My first choice would not be to long into this supply, but if it shows up and it's really clean, I would potentially look for it. If we turn these lows and this yesterday overnight rejection into another failure point, then I would potentially look for that fade. For me, the only way that I would be confident in an upside continuation move at this point would be a reclaim of this Thursday low and likely a reclaim back above this daily 50, right? If we can see us reclaim these highs, these lows, and these lows, and turn that back into a support, maybe there's a reason to look for further upside, maybe back into that 25.4. But for now, you're looking at lows into highs, right? And today the question is, do we go new lows into new highs, right? Do we continue the stair-stepping downside move? So we need to be looking to see what happens at this 24,626 to 24,709 today. Super, super important. What is going to happen at that major low? Do we break it? Do we hold it? I would say that if you're too eager on it, you're probably going to get trapped on the short side at least one time today, right? I'm going to assume there's going to be at least a few traps down at these lows today, maybe eventually giving up, but for now, I'm cautious of those traps at the lows. If we break this Friday low a day at 24,626 today, I don't think there is much to hold this market up until the 100 SMA. This would be an opportunistic area that I would look for today if we do get a true breakdown. If we fail under Friday's low a day, under 24,626, if we drop aggressively under that, I don't think you have much holding you up until the 24,400, the daily 100 SMA. I think that is definitely a target. That would be today's target if we saw downside. So underneath these lows and that Friday low a day, into the daily 100 SMA would be my target on the downside if we got that aggressive move today. That is something I will look for. There is a level that's rejecting, and it's not on the NASDAQ futures or the ES, but it's on the SPY and QQQ, and I want to show that to you right now. So what I want to do now is I want to go into the QQQ, and I want to show you something that was very, very nice yesterday, or actually here in the pre-market. So first things first, our key level yesterday was 613, right? If you guys remember our key level on the NASDAQ futures, let me zoom out. Our key level was 613. Let me go to the 4-hour chart. Right here. Take a look at this. This is super, super clean on the QQQ yesterday. So coming into yesterday, we had a thesis about 613, 612, right? That was this high right here. Remember that? Remember this 4-hour high right here? This was a level we created on Sunday in our day one of our live trade, in our live event. We said, hey, if the Qs reject 613 this week, that's a very good reason for potential further downside. That is a failure back at these 4-hour major pivot highs. What was the high of day yesterday on the QQQ? It was exactly 613. So that is ridiculously clean. I mean, that is just perfection. 613 now setting as a very clear rejection spot on the QQQ. Very nice. You can see we were just ping-ponging between our demand at 606 in the daily 50 and our 613. And this was, if you remember, our NTZ yesterday, right? We had our NTZ stuck between 606 and 613. That was the area that we sort of expected that market action would be sort of sideways, a little bit difficult to trade. And that was sort of what happened, right? You did have nice pops, nice drops, nice pops, nice drops. You had some nice volatility within the NTZ of 613 and 608, that daily 50 holding us up really nicely. But eventually, when that 606 gave up and that daily 50 gave up, look at the price action that ensued. Look at the price action that ensued. And look at what happened here in the pre-market, in the after hours. You have a perfect break, retest, rejection of that 606, 605 area, which is exactly that Thursday low that we were watching. So, I mean, just a really clean price action day after this 2 o'clock drop, break, retest, rejection. Really nice. Thursday lows was our in focus level, and what a move off that Thursday low again. Carmine's here. What's up, Carmine? Carmine crashed. Yeah, he crashed the. Everything's crashed today. I saw that. TradeZella error. Cloudflare is just getting. Everything's down today. There's seemingly more and more things being down on a daily basis. What's going on with our internet in this world? Not looking good. Appreciate that, Carmine. What's up, brother? Big things coming with that Gavadost. I don't know if you guys know what that means, but big things coming with Carmine soon, hopefully. Sean, appreciate that, man. Great job and continue to learn for you. Thanks, Sean. Right, really nice on the Qs. We had two levels yesterday on our analysis. It was 606 and 613. If you don't believe me, if you think I'm making up these levels because that's what happened, go to the live stream yesterday and go look at our morning thesis. It was these exact two levels. Now today, let me show you what is this level right here. See this 4-hour high? See this little 602.98 spot that I have? What is, you do know, Danny doesn't know what that is. Gavadost. So 603, what is that level? Why do I have a little line at 602.98, 603? Look at this right here. Look at this right here. See this 4-hour high right here? That 4-hour high right there is 602.98. It's basically 603 on the dot on the QQQ. Look at where we're rejecting in the pre-market. It is exactly at that 4-hour high. So that is pretty damn clean, right? Right at that 4-hour high. So you're looking at lows into highs, right? That is absolutely a fade spot today, without a doubt. If we get that pop, I would love to see that pop actually off maybe this major demand low into that 606, 605 area, off the daily 50, and then look for another fade up here. That would be special. Now, another potential fade spot would be that 603 spot. We could be looking for that as well. You can see how perfectly we have rejected that here in the pre-market. The exact 4-hour high, the exact 4-hour high. So pretty damn perfect on the QQQ this morning. But here is the problem for you guys that are salivating at the charts to enter shorts this morning. You really don't have any business shorting into these lows right now, into the morning action. I would be very careful of the traps at these lows. We have seen trappy lows. This low here from Friday of last week, it's 598.67. The low from Friday, right? The low from Friday of last week at 596.88. And you can see even here, the low from overnight session. You have 3 major lows here, and there's just no reason to be, game planning for shorts off the open today. That is just very, very nasty. We just went over it on the NASDAQ. So very cautious there on the QQQ. Really would prefer some kind of a morning pop before fading. I'm not going to get in. If we just drop out of the gates, and fail right back under this level, or start to, sort of sit near this level, it's going to get really difficult to be confident in shorting into these lows today. So hopefully we don't have to deal with that. I would prefer to have some type of a pop and rejection. But hey, if we do break this 596.88 level, if we do see a clear break and retest below that level, we are going lower. And lower for me would be right here. Underneath the 596.88, lower would be right here. This low, and this low right here. And that would be around 590 Qs. That would be my target if we broke the 596.88 today, which is very possible, something I will look for. Okay? Best trade of the day, when I look at this chart, the best trade that my A+ setup today, A+ setup, would be this right here. The rejection of 606. The little pop into 606, fail the daily 50, start to show me a failure, maybe give me a little failure back under pre-market highs, right? Something like this, and then enter the short right there, right? That would be sweet. Highs, right? Fail up into our high, reject our supply in our daily 50, fail back under that 603 in pre-market high, and then short on that rejection, and then fail that back into the lows. That would be such a sick short setup. Will it do it today? I mean, that's just, yeah, we'll see. But if we see it, then you know we're prepared for it. So S&P 500. S&P 500. So yesterday, what we ended up rejecting was this 67.31 spot. I don't know if you guys remember, we had a little 67.31 spot, and it was these lows from last week, right here and right here, around 67.31. We had the 67.31 to the Thursday low at 67.46, right in here. These lows to that Thursday low. And finally, after a lot of dancing, we finally saw a perfect failure later day right there. That was the trade of the day. It set up around 1:45, 2 o'clock. Unfortunately, it was a very, late thing to happen. But that really was the trade of the day right there. Little rejection at that 67.33, 67.46 area. Finally set up and finally gave you a nice downside move. Okay? So today, when we're looking at this ES, and did we just get some data? Let me check out. Looks like the market's pushing a little bit. So did we get a little bit of data? Let me check the economic calendar. We didn't have anything major today, but maybe, it doesn't even work. I can't even look at the economic data. That website's not even working. Great. So I think we had something just come out, right? Empire State Manufacturing Index or something. Something small was coming out today. But anyways, here's the concern today, okay? Here's what same concepts as the QQQ, as the NASDAQ futures. You are sweeping these major lows, right? Look at the 4-hour chart on the ES. You got some major lows here between 66.55. You had some major lows here around 66.55, 66.70. You had some major lows here at 66.55 and 66.70, major lows. And you had some major lows just recently around this 66.50, 66.70 area, right? Look at here, and look where you're trading today. So it is very cautionary to me to be looking to fade into these lows. I would much prefer today to get this, right, and then this. That is what I love to see in downside markets. Those are the best setups. So I'm very cautious into this low on the ES. We can clearly see it's battling in this demand zone. Caesar Roca. Appreciate that, Caesar. Thank you, brother. So cautionary into these lows, right? 66.55, 66.70. That's also Friday low a day, right? And I would want to just be waiting this out a little bit today. I'm not sure I just want to be chasing shorts into the open. You do have some overnight lows, which I think are probably worth charting out, right? The 66.35 overnight low, probably worth having on your charts there. And then right under that, right, and it just gets more and more tough here because right under that, look what you're staring at. You're staring at a daily 100 SMA on the ES. You're staring at a daily 100 SMA on the ES, which, is that ever if I went to a fund manager today and said, hey man, fund me $1 million, I'm shorting the shit out of the ES into the daily 100, he would say, get the fuck out of here, right? So it's tough today, right? I'm not that intrigued of being aggressive short into a daily 100. It's just not typically a good spot, historically or statistically. It's just not the good spot to be aggressive short into. So with us being that close to that spot today, I will be very cautious of that. And again, I think you want to see a pop, right? I think you want to see a pop before you short today. I don't like just chasing this downside move, especially, right? You could pull off some shorts here, right? That's still 50 points on the ES, right? Don't get me wrong. That's still 50 points on the ES. There's definitely still some downside to be had before you get there. But you need to be conscious of where it is, okay? You need to be conscious of where it is when you're trading today. It's sitting right here around 66. Oh, it's also just a psych level, right? That's crazy. You got a perfect psych level and the 100 SMA. It's sitting right at 6,600. So, yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to be a little algorithmic spot where you see a bounce today. There's no doubt about that in my mind. So, best trade of the day for me, give me a bounce into that Thursday low. Give me a bounce back into that 67.33. Give me a bounce back into the daily 50. And then let me see if I can fade it. That's my best trade for now. So, some cautionary spots down below. Okay, let me dive down into the SPY here. SPY ETF, S&P 500 ETF. If we're looking at the 4-hour chart here, I'm going to show you some lows that I want you to be careful at today. Here's your SPY ETF. Look at the 4-hour chart. You have major lows. You have major lows here. You have some lows right in here. You have some major lows here. And you can see you're wicking on the 4-hour chart right now in this zone. So this is definitely a big spot. There's no doubt about it. You can see that we are sort of sitting within that 660 psych level and that 662 PDL. You definitely could see a little bit of a, just sort of a squeeze higher off this move. Nothing that I think is strong, right? Remember, everything I'm saying today about this low holding is not, I'm not saying long the market. That is not what I'm saying in any, there's no reason for me to long this downtrending market right now. So I'm not interested in longing these markets. I just don't want to have a terrible short entry. That's really my biggest concern. Now, under 660 today, that's pretty damn clear to me, okay? Breaking 660 today, failing under 660, under this low, I think that is the best look for the downside move. Under 660 on SPY, into 654, 652. That's sort of the spot that I'll be watching today. Under 660. That's a very clean psych level. That's a very clean overnight low. And if I can see a nice failure below that today, that would be really my top watch for just that ultra weak downside move today. Without that, I would want a pop and fade type of move. And where is that 4-hour high? Remember that little 4-hour high on the Qs? Take a look at this on the SPY. Look at this. See that right there? See that 4-hour high right there? Right there. What is that level? That is 667.34. 667.34. Look what rejected this pre-market. 667.34. Perfect failure right at that 4-hour high. Perfect. So, very key. This is also where you sort of came in lows yesterday, and look at the rejection right there at 667.34. So that is definitely a spot to watch today. You can see how that's failing. That's also right near that daily 50, so that will be a spot to watch. Above that, that 673, 674. If you guys came to our Sunday stream, if you prepared for us on Sunday, the 674 level should be engraved in your mind. If 674 on the SPY is not engraved in your mind, then you're not paying attention. We have been yelling and screaming 674 in the SPY for a very long time, right? Here, 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 here. All these 4-hour failures. Look at yesterday's high on the SPY. 673, 674. That exact spot. So that failing is telling you that there's weakness in this market, right? And not until you get above that should you be confident in longing, truthfully. This is sort of like that I'm not longing the market until you get back above. That's that type of level for me. Because if I zoom out on the daily chart, right? And let me show you this on the daily chart, a blank daily chart right here. If I'm zooming out on the daily chart, you are failing back under major daily highs. Look at this. Look at this pivot right here. You needed to turn this into support, right? You needed to stay above that. You have failed back under it. So the fact that we are failing back under these highs right here it should be telling. I mean, if it's ignoring that is really just, it's pretty stupid to ignore that. That is like as clean as it gets on a failure back under major highs, right? And look at that daily chart off that level. So Until we reclaim that 674 and turn this back into support and pivot back over these highs right here, I don't think you have a reason to be, you know, just aggressively longing something. I really don't. Until maybe you hit a huge demand, but I don't think you've hit that huge demand quite yet. So that's very clear to me. 674, that keeps me looking for pop and fade markets. I would watch 667.34. I'd watch that 674 again, and I would watch under 660 today, okay? All right. Gold, I'm really not that much of a fan of gold anymore. You know, it's now stuck within this zone for me. This zone is not interesting to trade for me. It's done too much consolidation chop in this zone. I wanted it over 4,200 to be long. It didn't happen. It failed back in it. So for me, gold's just not that interesting. Honestly, what's more interesting to me today is Bitcoin. I am more intrigued about what Bitcoin does here. Bitcoin is the ultimate buy when everyone hates it type of thing, okay? And I know it's hard to do because, you know, right now it feels like Bitcoin's about to fall off a cliff, and it may, right? But if there's one thing I've learned about Bitcoin over my years is that if you don't buy it when everyone hates it, you likely miss out on the move. If you buy it when everyone's screaming about it, that means you're buying the high, right? And that's pretty much what happened. I remember back in August, September, October, everyone was talking about Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin this, Bitcoin that. You know, my dad was talking about Bitcoin again. Look what happened, straight down 20%, right? So now, if you didn't buy up here, you should be like, okay, right? Okay, maybe this is an opportunity back under 100,000, right? Do we think that Bitcoin gets back over 100,000 in the lifetime? Probably, right? I mean, I would put betting odds that Bitcoin likely sees six figures again, right? So I like it, right? I do. It's risky, but I like it. I like a little risk here, and I'm gonna probably watch some IBIT today. You know, that's probably going to be my proxy, or how I go about it is just trading IBIT, buying shares on IBIT maybe. That's going to be how I look at it. So it's early, you know, it's in the minced mix. Is it the minced or the mix? What is that? How do you say that properly? It's in the minced. Is that it? In the mince. What is the right word there? What is the word there? Someone in the Discord, tell me quick. In the mix? It's not in the mix. Like when it's happening real time. In the midst. It's in the midst. Yeah. Strange word. In the midst. It's in the midst of the downside move, right? And so, you know, you obviously have to be careful being long during the actual knife, right? So technically you are buying the knife, but I think a dollar cost average mindset here, right? Buying a little bit at 90, maybe buying a little bit at 80, you know, a little bit of a dollar cost average mindset, probably you're pretty happy about that long term. No speaking English, right? So that's my idea on Bitcoin. I'll be watching it. Tesla. Let's jump into some individual equities today, my friends. This really is starting to become an opportunity that feels like something I would want to scale up into. Really. I'm starting to get that feeling. This is perfect. It is doing exactly what you want it to do, and it's not doing it instantly, which is great. It's giving you time to game plan. This I've seen before on Tesla. I have seen this type of formation before on Tesla. It is a perfect major low that held Tesla up for multiple months, a month, actually almost reaching 2 months. And it is now turning into an exact rejection point. So that is a very interesting watch. Whether you lose on this or you win, I mean, even if you take this shot and you lose on it, I still think that this is something worth looking at and potentially worth taking today. I am very focused on this today. This will be the main watch that we have today as we trade live together. I will be focused on Tesla failing that level. I love how Tesla went above that yesterday and closed back under it. That gives me even more confidence, by the way, because what does that give me? That gives me a hell of a lot of chasing longs, right? Think about everyone that chased the longs right here yesterday. No, some of them took their profits as they should, smart people. Now, a lot of people didn't, right? And they just said, oh, Tesla's back to 500, right? And what did we do? We failed back under that rejection point and closed back under that rejection point. That's interesting to me. And what is that level, right? Don't forget what that level is. That's the 2021 highs, okay? That's back here. Take a look at this. See this back here? 2021 highs was 414.50 on Tesla. You are failing back under that. I am very intrigued by this today. This will be my top watch. If you want to be more cautious, then you're waiting for a break under Thursday's lows. Right here. If you want to be more cautious, break under Thursday's lows, that's your short entry. If you reject here, fail this, something like this, that would be where I'd look for it. Tesla is in the midst of a meltdown. NVIDIA, not interested today. Don't ask me about it. It has earnings tomorrow. I'm not interested. 4-hour chart, AMD, I'm still waiting for out of the NTZ. Underneath 225 on AMD gets very juicy. I'm waiting for it. Nothing on it yet, but I'd be looking for this juice underneath this low. That is definitely something I'll be watching there to see if that happens. Really not interested in semiconductors as a whole today. Semiconductors are the SMH is at a major demand low. We're at a major demand low prior to NVIDIA earnings, okay? I would assume that SMH and semis do not make a major move prior to this earnings event, right? So what would my expectation be today on the semis? That it's going to hold this demand low. That's my expectation. My expectation today on the SMH is you will hold this demand low with NVIDIA earnings tomorrow because it's just going to want to stay balanced before that earnings event. That's my experienced expectation. Does that happen? I don't know. We'll have to watch. But that's what I'm cautious of today. Holding these demand lows, just travel back into the center of the channel. Tomorrow earnings, we wait for that to get a real move. That's my cautionary expectation on SMH today. MU, massive pop and fade yesterday. Massive. Possibly a little bit of a high starting to show here, in my opinion. Massive pop and fade. I mean, like maybe the last pop and fade needed before this thing actually pulls back. I mean, that's just insanely nasty yesterday morning. So not that interested. Under the daily 20, I have alerts set under 226. That's possibly something to watch, but I'm going to just skip the semis because I'm just not really feeling semiconductors today. I think there's other things to watch. Google is continues to be a very interesting name up here. I thought maybe we'd see the gap fill today, but right now you are heavily outperforming the market, which is pretty crazy. I was looking for this gap fill today underneath 284.23, but that does not look like it's happening today. I will wait for it. If we get back under 284.23, that's really my only watch here. I really thought that would be an interesting watch today, but looks like Google is just saying no, sir. But that is an interesting gap. I would be watching it longer term. Today doesn't look like it might, doesn't really look like it's going to happen yet. Broadcom, yeah, I mean it's holding, but it's just sort of doing nothing, man. Like I'm just not interested in trading these types of charts, right? It's just I gotta wait for something to start to trend. So I have a few more for you. Let me pull up my charts today. Okay. So definitely that Tesla look. Amazon was a great short yesterday, and it looks like, holding it overnight actually ends up being a great trade. Yesterday, we faded the previous day low, which was really nice. It was right in this area here around 233 or 233. Yep. That was our main daily chart level as well. I don't know if you guys remember that from yesterday. I think you can definitely go watch the live stream. It's on YouTube of our live trades. I even have them time-stamped for you. But this daily high right here on Amazon at 232.82, if we go to the 1-minute chart, you can see we had a beautiful bear flag break and retest rejection there. It did fake me out a little bit. I'm not going to lie. You got under that level here. You got a bear flag into that level. I went ahead and I took my short right here. It did stop me out originally, but after looking at the 5-minute off that level, right, take a look at the 5-minute. A nice example of zooming out and looking at higher time frames. You can see right here, break, retest, rejection, right there, right? Look at that 5-minute candle right there at our 232.82. That's a perfect bear flag, break, retest, rejection, and that is right off that daily high, right? The exact level we were watching right there. So if you want to see how I traded that live, go watch the recording from yesterday. I have it timestamped, and you can go back and watch the entire trade fully live, just right there on the stream. So today, I mean, probably full gap fill. It's probably over for me today, though, on Amazon. Full gap fill comes in at this low at 223. You have the daily 100, daily 50 sitting here, so I'm not that much of a fan of Amazon today. If you do fail under that daily 50, daily 100 and show rejections, then maybe you can navigate for that full gap fill, but you're running out of space, man, to be honest. Let's go to Apple's. Just not interesting. It held the 265 as we wanted to see the pullback to that, but it's just not an interesting trade right now. Palantir, not that interesting either. The only thing I would be watching on Palantir here is this previous high. You can see right here, look at these major highs right here and these major lows. And look, I have my alert just sitting here waiting to see what happens. If we tap this and bounce, it's possibly a nice long. If we fail under this, this could be a great short into that 150 spot. So I'm watching this 161 spot on Palantir. Hood has a gap to fill at 110 today. Maybe we finally get it. We have been watching this Hood gap. You can see right here, Hood has this gap to fill between 110 and 101. That would be something I'd be somewhat intrigued with today. However, I'm going to need to see 110 break and retest, right? I'm going to need to see that 110 turn into a failure point. Without that, I'm not going to short into that level. Another stock that has an opportunistic gap to look for today and possibly looks pretty good here on the 4-hour chart is Datadog. Datadog had a massive run, had a big earnings pop into the all-time high, which you can see has failed. Look at that. Big all-time high level right here. Major failure right at it. You have a gap to fill and a likely pullback that's bullish, really, but short-term potentially bearish back into 170. I really think that Datadog should come back to that 170 level, retest this high, which could be an awesome long, by the way. But I do believe that there could be a short side opportunity underneath 177.57, underneath that low, into the 170 demand, right? So that is something that I would watch. You do have a low volume area here, right? If we go to volume profile, you're going to see a void in the price action between this area. You can see right here, there is literally zero price action between 177.57 and 170. So you have a pretty clear low volume gap and gap down to potentially take advantage of today. We'll see if Datadog can get under that key demand and give us a reason to take it short for that gap fill. You got about 7 points of downside, which could be pretty juicy. CRWV and Circle just continue to be absolute shitters. These stocks just absolutely suck. And I would continue to look to see if you can take opportunity on the downside on these things. They're almost mindless downside. The problem is it's mindless downside until it's up 25% one day and just squeezes everyone out. So that's the problem with these stocks. But underneath 72.55, I would look for CRWV downside again. Why not? So I'm going to be watching that. Circle under 80 yesterday was a thing of absolute beauty. What a ridiculous trade that was. Congrats to you guys that took this. 80 was sick. The failures 80 were just perfect. 4-hour chart on Circle. There's nothing here until 64. We've talked about this every day. There's still nothing until 64. You have a 74.80 low. If you break that, you're still looking for 64. Let's go to net, because this is what's causing the screw up on the entire world today right now is Cloudflare. There is a sun flare that is affecting the internet. Actually, I don't know if that's actually why, but big downside pre-market because of this, of what's going on. 203.50. Let me go to that daily chart. Let me show you what's going on here. I think coming back to this daily high looks very enticing. That is also right at the daily 200 SMA. So that's pretty enticing to me. If you turn 203.50 into rejections, I think you're coming back to 177. However, this one's a little bit gone for now. If we can get a little pop and fade at that 203.50, that could be sexy, but I don't know if you're going to get that, to be honest. But that is maybe something to look for underperformance today because of the internet outages that are going on. MBIS is sort of died off, man. It was hot at one point. It's just, it's one of those names that just have died off. You do have a pretty massive gap to fill here still, so this could be interesting. Actually, if you reject this low, what is that, 86? Yeah, this could be interesting. If you reject that 86, I would say you're going gap fill. You're going at least 76, possibly 66. That's not a bad watch. See what happens at this 100 SMA on NBIS today. It's not a bad watch, actually. Okay, we got to take a break. That's our game plan for today. We can see that the NASDAQ futures are holding these lows. We talked about the cautionary shorts into the open. We can start to see that we're holding here, right? Very clearly starting to hold demand. And that means coming into the market open, I am not going to be looking to short into these green demand zones below on the market. And so the pop and fade looks like a potential today. The morning pop looks potential as well. Big demand down below. Let's not be the ones chasing downside on a gap down. It's never a good idea. It continues to prove it's not a good idea. We'll see what happens today. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to take a little 10-minute break. We're going to jump back on this stream at 9 o'clock. Actually, I'm sorry, 9:15. So don't go anywhere. If you do have to head out, I do want to let you know before I go. We do have the Black Friday deal for the trading community. So down below, you're going to see a link that says the 50% off the trading community. It is $11.99 for a year access of the community. It will not renew. It's a one-time payment. You get 365 days of access, and you also will get lifetime access to our key levels. So if you want to check that out, that's a 50% off discount that's running until, I think, tomorrow, and it's done. So if you want to check that out down below, the link is in the description. I will go ahead and put the link in the chat as well. So I'll go ahead and spam it for you. Spam the chat with the link if you want to check that out. Here you go. Post it to the top. I mean, it truthfully is, if you ever wanted to be a part of our community, and I'm not just BS, this is the best time to do it. I mean, it's the only time I do discounts is this time of the year. So if you want to check it out, this is the time to do it. And with that said, we are going to take a little break. We are going to come back at 9:15. We'll do our giveaways today. What's the game plan on NQ? What did I just spend the last hour doing, man? So if you want to see our game plan, you're going to have to now wait until 9:15 until I come back. So going to head out. We got a lot planned for today. We got live trading, giveaways. We got more educational material today for you guys. And that will all be after I come back at 9:15. So see you guys shortly. Thanks again for coming. Press that like button. Subscribe. Don't go anywhere. We're not shutting down the stream. We're just taking a little break. All right? So go get yourself a coffee. Go get yourself maybe a bagel. And I'll see you guys shortly. Started. Welcome back, everyone. Let's get us all set up and prepared for the trading day. Press that like button. Yes, definitely. Okay. IWM, yeah, we'll take a look at that. Let me go ahead and get my main setup going. So many screens to have open today. Got to have the chat open on YouTube. Is this being recorded? Well, it's on YouTube, so just like every other live stream, you can always go back and watch it. Okay. Let's situate the charts we want to look at today. I actually sort of like that look right there. What would you guys rather see? You want to see the four? You want to see the big four again? Not that. The big four? All right, let's get the big four pulled up. The big four. You want the big four? I'll give you the big four. Let's take that out of there. We also want to see the equity, though. Let's go there. Let's do that. And then let's add one more for you. Screen capture. Let's go that. And let's go boom. Let's do something like that. That works. Okay. So sitting at demand here. ES sitting at demand as well. Big demand lows to start the day. PDL. QQQ lows there. Okay, we got that. Let me get the zoom. I'll get the zoom up as well. So bear with me, guys. Just getting everything set up. Got a lot of things to set up. I'll get it. I'll get it for you. Just bear with me. We'll get started shortly. This is all the setting up that is required to do a stream. But I'm doing it live. So bear with me. Okay, zoom's good. Good. Let me go ahead and now pull up my broker. Last thing to pull up, most important thing to pull up is the broker. Show my login, you got it. Quick over my background and my track record. That Bob was all talked about in our Sunday call. So just wait for that to come out. you'll get all that. We talked quite a bit about that on Sunday. That Sunday call that we had, man, that might be one of the most valuable videos I have probably made. So that was a good one. That is correct. I do not trade live on Wednesdays. It says it on the thing you buy. That's the most important part, right? Most people just don't read. It very clearly states that I trade on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So make sure you guys read what you buy before you buy something, okay? It's already in there, I believe, Al. I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, I posted that, Al. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure I posted it for you guys. Oh, Jesus. Circle's not even working today. Yeah, Circle's not working. I'm 90% sure I posted that in there, Al. Made sure to get it to you guys. But it's not working. Zena, the Zoom link is in the same place every day, Zena. In the events tab. Okay. Are we good to go? I think we're good to go. All right. We got the broker up. Let me go ahead and just do one last thing, actually. I want to get my broker up on the screen for you guys. That's the last thing I got to do. And then we're ready to go. IBKR. Bam. 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 How do I want to? This might be a little bit tight, but maybe leave it right down here. That works. Okay. So today we are watching the NASDAQ lows, the ES lows, the Q and SPY lows that we are trading at to start the day. We are trading at major lows to start the day. Okay, so that is very, very important. SMH also sitting at a major low as well. Tomorrow, NVIDIA earnings, definitely a big event. I am cautious of the morning pop as we have seen. So that will be my first watch and my first cautionary thing of the day. Do we get a pop off these lows? The spot that I would need to see break before we got a downside look today is 660. If we do not get a pop and we just get straight death out of the gates, 660 would be the watch that I would look for to break. And this 66.35 ES overnight low here, let me go ahead and put this on the 5-minute because I'm not really interested in watching the 1-minute chart to start the day. So 5-minute chart there, SPY 660, definitely a big spot there. Keeping eyes on that at SPY 660. QQQ, that overnight low 596.88. And this Friday low a day, 24,626. I probably should include 600 here. That would be a spot that would suck to get faked out at right there. 24,603.75. I mean, to be honest, it's probably 600, but we'll just watch price action there. But yeah, these overnight lows, have to be cautious into those today for sure. You have some clear 5-minute. Look at these overnight lows right here. So I'll be careful of that. I think there's a possibility that you sort of sweep that low and bounce, right? That's something that we've seen quite a bit. So I am very cautious of that today. SMH at that major demand low, something I'm cautious of there. Tesla will be my top watch of the day. That is definitely my top watch of the day, Tesla. Watching that 414.50, 411 area. So right in here. All right, keep an eye on that to reject today. That's, I think, a very real possibility, something I will be paying attention to. I want to watch that Datadog gap fill. That is very intriguing to me today, the Datadog gap fill. So that's something I'm keeping eyes on. DDOG gap fill setup that we talked about earlier on. Not really interested in NVIDIA. Google, very strange outperformance. Not sure if that's a watch for me today. I want to keep an eye on that hood gap fill, the hood under 110. I think that's a nice watch. So keep an eye on Tesla. Keep an eye on Datadog underneath that 177.57 for the gap fill lower. Keep an eye on hood underneath that 110 for the gap fill to 101. Keep an eye on those two watches today. Keeping eyes, I sort of like that MBIS setup that someone brought up in the live stream this morning. So I'm going to keep a little bit of a watch on what that MBIS does today. Seeing if that is weak under the daily 100. Circle and and then Circle and CRWV. Again, just keep an eye on those again. There's really no bull case for MU if the market is under the 606 Qs. I got no bull cases on anything if the market's doing what it's doing. We've talked about that in great detail this morning. Click is a penny stock, and I have no thoughts on it. So market downside coming in here into these demand lows to start the day. We just broke, we broke PDL on SPY there. So that's very important, little PDL break, but still above these overnight lows, which is very dangerous. I took UNH off end of day yesterday. I just cut it. It was just sort of dead. It didn't do anything. I was just took a couple $100 loss. So I'm fresh slate. Fresh slate today. Yeah, what's Netflix doing? Yeah. I think I'm just going to be monitoring this market action to start the day. I like the market action. I'm going to keep an eye on what it does at these lows. I want to be watching that Datadog gap fill. I want to be keeping eyes on this Tesla bigger picture. And I want to be very cautious of the morning short trap, right? That's really my main caution. If I can avoid that morning short trap, that is my goal for now, right? I just want to be cautious in this morning short trap. If that does show up, I'm not sure it will, but that's something I will be cautious of. I want to see out what happens. There's really nothing we can, the first thing we need to figure out today, right, is what happens at these lows. That is the first thing that must be decided. What happens at these major lows? Do we break them or do we hold them? Then we can transition into the next thought process. So I'm not even going to get ahead of myself. Everything is based off of what happens here on the overall market. So that's what I watch to start, right? That is what I watch to start. Yeah, that Microsoft, oh shoot, it's close, isn't it? Oh shoot, okay. Microsoft going up to the top of the watch list. Yeah, 492.37, top of the watch list, Microsoft, maybe top 2. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Why? I'll show you why. Microsoft getting very weak this morning. Look at this daily chart. Underneath this daily low right here, I don't think you have any reason not to trade back to here. I think that's an influential break. You are very close to that, by the way. Rejecting the 120 and 50 SMA. Rejecting some major SMAs as well. So yeah. Oh, and look at it's getting crushed this morning. Okay. Yeah, Microsoft goes on the top of the list. Obviously, I don't want to short right into this low, but this is an interesting watch here. Keep an eyes on Microsoft today. Good call on that. Body of Christ. Let's make it a good day. If we didn't have YouTube right now, we'd be playing some nice music. Playing some good music right now if it wasn't for YouTube. Check, check. Yeah, we're good. Okay. The mic on Zoom. Let me make sure the mic is good on Zoom. Mic check, mic check. Mic on Zoom is good. All right. Wow. Suavemente. Besame. I wouldn't mind some cannons right now. I would not mind some cannons right now. Look at Microsoft on this very weak morning. Holy crap. Game time. Game time. Okay, Datadog's in the gap. Yeah. Datadog's in the gap. She sure is. Let's keep an eye on that thing. I mean, obviously, I'm not just chasing it to start the day. Okay, so a little bit of a pop to start the day off this demand low. You're starting to get that little pop on the big four here. Let's see. Tesla very weak still. Google weak. Okay. Getting pretty beat down there at previous day lows. SPY. Oh shit. Look at this. That might be interesting just like right off the gates. Look at this PDL rejection. Uh-oh. Okay. You just failed PDL with pretty harsh, aggressive, attempt higher and then an aggressive fail PDL right there. So keep an eye on that very closely here. NBIS looks pretty damn weak as well. Google coming down aggressively. Okay. That SPY rejection's pretty meaningful there. Okay, okay. So you tried the pop and you saw the PDL just get smoked. Coming into major lows here. Very careful of that morning trappy move. Staying patient. Staying patient. Right back up. Okay. You're starting to get the trappiness. Here we go. It's what we were talking about. It's that morning trap action that I'm not getting involved in. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this trap. Holy hell. Yeah. It's not a trap if you know it's coming, right? It's not a trap if you know it's coming. That's what I like to say. It's only a trap if you don't know that that's a possibility. It's a trap for those that aren't prepared. How about that? It's a trap for those that aren't prepared. That's what I'd like to say. Beautiful. So our morning thesis was no shorts into the open into this key demand level. We can see that that is exactly what's happening. right into the demand lows. Nice bounce. The bounce is meaningless. It's meaningful to those that just want to chase and try to make money today. It's a meaningless bounce in, reality. It's just a little short trap. Still very much, some levels above to be careful of. I'm not going to just long a 1 minute candle to start the day. So really nice, sort of, just sort of what we expected to start today. Love to see it. Now it's time to see what comes out of it. So, all right. So first job is done on the day. All right. The first job of today was, do we get the short trap? And the answer to that is yes. Now, let's keep watching. Very nice. Okay, so Hood's bouncing, Google's bouncing, Tesla's not. Hold on here. Hold on here. Hold on here. Very weak Tesla here. Okay. Okay, I'll be watching this. Very weak Tesla versus markets here. Yep. Keeping eyes on this. Oof, oof, oof. Okay. Oof. Yeah, Tesla underperformance, very interesting. Keep eyes on this. Something I will be tracking here very closely. Circle underperformance, what's new there? Not surprising. I don't have an entry here on Tesla, unfortunately. But boy, oh boy, is this going to get interesting today. Market is now fading a little bit. Pointless bounce, just a short trap bounce. Like I said, it's not a bounce you just long because you think it's going to go straight up. That's another just short trap bounce. Okay, this Tesla rejection right here might actually be super intriguing. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do it yet. This is yesterday's morning. This is a yesterday major low. Watching this. Does this reject here? If that rejects, you probably continue. Yep, yep. Super aggressive, but that is really clean. I wish my TOS would zoom in. Okay. So that is a nice rejection right there. That was an overnight, that was a later day low right there on Tesla at 404.80. Let's see if that continues to fail. Watching this. Datadog rejecting PDL. Watch Datadog. Datadog, very interesting, rejecting 179. Very much could be looking for an aggressive start on Tesla here if this rejects. The problem is you are into demand on the market. That's my only concern now. If I short Tesla here, then I'm shorting into demand on markets, which I'm not a huge fan of. That definitely keeps me a little bit skeptic. Right? That's what I'm thinking of. If I take a Tesla short, what am I shorting into? I'm shorting into market demand. Not a big fan. But could be an individual setup worth watching here. Tesla is rejecting 404.81. Let's keep an eye on this. Datadog rejecting 179 PDL. Market is pushing higher aggressively. Okay, no trade. Nope, not a trade. Okay, we continue to wait. Yeah, there's your circle face ripper. Yep, knew that was coming eventually, right? It'll probably fade eventually. Let's keep an eye on Tesla today. Market's holding demand. We'll see how long that holds. Datadog rejecting here is continuously interesting. Okay. So why did I stay away from Tesla, right? The reason I didn't trade Tesla there is because if I shorted this, I'm shorting into market demand. That is what I talk about all the time, about trading with the market, right? So it's very hard to short something right now as the market bounces off key demand lows. And so that is something I will now stay away from, looking at how the SPY has now held PDL. You are still under major supply levels on the market, though, so it's really not a long for me at this point either. It's a wait and see. Okay, Datadog is extremely intriguing. And if the market gets weak again, Tesla's still interesting. Oh, Google's coming down to that gap fill spot. Where's Microsoft? Bounced. Okay, Google's coming down to that 284.23. Market holding demand relatively well. Difficult to short here, but also very difficult to long into that 4-hour high, 603. Tesla failing possibly back under this spot. Go Google. Okay, hold on. Google's about to hit my alert. Yeah, Google needs to be on watch here. Absolutely, Google big watch, 284.23. Datadog, Google, Tesla, very interesting. Google, Tesla now actually very intriguing now, back under this 404.80 spot, watching this. Does this reject right here? Watching this Tesla candle. I'm looking at the 400 puts on Tesla. Yeah, I'm trying to Tesla short here. Quick Tesla short, 404.80 rejection. Instant stop over that in VWAP. Can we stay under? Market's too strong possibly still, watching this level. Still rejecting it. Oh, this would be nice. Yeah. Yeah. Reject that. Yeah. Okay. Taking a quick profit there because I still don't like market demand. Taking a quick profit. I don't like market demand. Good reaction there, but I still just a little skeptic on that market demand. Gonna hold half. Google looks great. Watching Google. That's my Google alert. Market looks weak. Coming into demand though. Volume's coming in on Tesla here. Can we stay under 404.80? Yeah, we can. I think if the market can stay weak. Google, very nice watch. I might try to hold Tesla out a little bit. I don't think I should take full off Tesla here. Everything looks good for Tesla downside right now. It could just bounce in my face though, but right now I'm gonna try to trust it. Datadog looking good. Let's see if I can find an entry there. Datadog looking good. Okay, great start on Tesla. I'm hoping I can run this a little bit. I hope it doesn't just get me, take me out on the rest. I'd love to run Tesla a little bit. Looks pretty underperforming. Looks pretty weak. There we go. Up 20% on Tesla. Would like to fade this today. 396.34. I'd probably get more aggressive if we broke that. Google big watch. Market is at demand. Tesla could bounce here. Google big watch. Datadog looks like it's straight failing into the gap right now. Would love to try to find an entry there, but it's too far gone for me now. Google's my next big watch here. Trying to ride Tesla out. I see no reason to fully exit. Google possibly rejecting 284.23 right now. Market looks weak, possibly rejection of PDL on SPY. Oh, this Google fail of PDL. Watch this, please. 284.23 PDL rejection on Google looking good. Just don't think I want to enter another trade right now, but that looks really good. Yeah, Google looks really good. Maybe I can find an entry on a bounce there. Okay, Tesla finding orders at 400. Definitely a potential bounce spot. Market also bouncing out of demand. Okay, we'll see if we get taken out on the rest here on Tesla. Gonna hold it until my stop loss hits. I like how that's getting shot down on Tesla. Let's see if this thing can stay weak. Stop loss is 4048. Really, it's over VWAP on the rest. Okay, Google got back over. That's a trap under that low. Ooh, Datadog. Okay. Datadog possibly giving me an entry point. Okay, if Tesla fails here, that's huge. If Tesla actually fails here after that pop, that's huge. That gives me a lot of confidence to stay short. It's either going to stop me out on the rest here or it's going to stay weak. It's right here. Does it fail this pop? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. It's looking like it's failing the pop. It's looking like it's failing the pop. If that happens, this is a good day on Tesla potentially for downside. Oh, Datadog's rejecting 177.57. Come on, Tesla. One more leg lower here. One more leg lower. Yeah, this looks good. This looks good. Huge Q's fade. Market looks weak. CRWV under 72.50. Oh boy. Google back under PDL. Tesla fade is getting really sold into. Volume's coming in heavy. This is good. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit more off here on Tesla into this 400 low. Just sold another 2 contracts into that low. $400 does seem to be holding pretty good though. Good sell into that 400 low. Ooh. Ooh. Come on, get nasty. Get nasty. Get nasty, Tesla. Get nasty, come on. Holding 3 contracts, runners. PDL break would be massive. 396.34 break would be even more massive. I don't know if we're going to get it, but I'm holding at least something for it. You're not going to take me out of this trade right now with runners. No way. Sometimes you got to give back some to make more. Remember that. Sometimes you got to give back some to make more. A concept hard to understand, hard to accept. Google, man. Google's in the gap and staying very weak. Google's in the gap and staying very weak. Tesla looks great. I just don't have an entry there on Google. And why not just fade Tesla? There you go. That's it. Don't think I could have done much better for you this morning. I know that some people in this chat are punching air right now. You know that there's some people watching this punching air right now, trust me. Let's go, man. Beautiful. Taking some more off here at PDL just in case we get a bounce. Riding 2 contracts. Google looking good. So why did I short Tesla there at 404.81? Why was that an influential spot for me? It's right here. This. See this low right here from yesterday? So all we did was we failed back under that low right here on this candle. Saw that reaction? That's just reading price action at that key spot. Took it for a nice ride, scaled that into PDL. Still cautious of demand lows on markets, but scaling out here makes it so you can just relax, right? Now I'm just chilling. You know, this is the great part about scaling out. Instead of shaking in my boots, scared of this bouncing, I can just scale out over time and just ride some runners. Look at this thing. If we break 396.34, the bigger picture trade sets up, and I would potentially look to add to this. Yeah, we're getting smoked here. Okay, 660 test big. SPY 660 test, this is big. All right, we broke the levels that we needed to break to go down aggressively. We might get an aggressive flush here. We broke the levels that will cause aggressive flushes. 660, 596.88, 24,603, 66.35 ES. They're all broken. Break and retest of these levels would set up a short for me. Datadog looks great. Look at this failure at Datadog, 177.57, looking very good. Keep an eye on Google under 284.23. Tesla up 36%, up around 1,400 here. We could bounce at 396.34 on Tesla. We could bounce here at 396.34 on Tesla. If SPY rejects 660 here, it could get really nasty. like really quickly. Watch this 660 on the SPY. You're probably going to get some traps at these lows, though. I would absolutely anticipate traps. It's not going to be just perfectly clean down here. This is a huge spot. Okay. QQQ, 1 minute candle rejecting 597. Look at this. If that sticks true, it's going to go lower right here. Could still be trappy though. Yeah, look at this NASDAQ rejecting 603 right here. Look at this. All right, I got to take an ES short there. Stop over 660 SPY. I have to try that little quickie. I might get instantly stopped. Yeah, instantly stopped. Okay. I took a little quickie at that ES, instantly stopped. It's for like 2 points. All right. Nothing there. This is very interesting. Watching this, what'd I lose? 40 bucks? Okay, I'll take a $40 loss there. I tried that little 660. So you can see it's getting real trappy. Still holding Tesla puts. Okay, I'm watching this. This is interesting. Watch this 660 SPY here. Oh. Yeah, watch this 660 SPY here. Watch this 660 SPY here. This is huge. Oh, there it is. Damn it. That was what I wanted right there. Damn it. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. Right there off 660. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, my God. Yeah, nice. That was perfect. Look at these levels failing. Right here, right here, right here, right here. Oh, there it goes. You caught it? Nice. Nice. That was it. Nice. That's what I wanted right there. Shit. That's all right. We got Tesla. That's all right. It was only it was a 1 MES contract. I wasn't gonna make anything on it anyway. Good try. Oh, look at this Google fail, man. Look at this Google fail. That's perfect Google failure. Look at this. 284.23. Perfect Google failure. Right into the gap. This is money on Google. Let's see how much it can go for you. That's money though. Okay, so that entry's sort of gone now, unfortunately. You needed to be really aggressive at that 660 SPY. That's why I did it, because I knew I had to get aggressive there. Unfortunately, I got a quick stop out, but I couldn't. I had a hard stop. Sometimes I have problems with the hard stops on futures, for sure. Sometimes I do have a little bit of a problem with those hard stops on futures. But that's all right. Good read, good read. Good with it. Can I ride Tesla still? Seems so. Oh, Microsoft's coming down nice. You caught the Google rejection. Nice job, Kels. Nicely done. Nicely done. Okay, so Tesla's at its key demand, 396.34. You can see we're starting to bounce a little bit. I'm going to take, might just take it off here. Yeah, I'll take Tesla off there, take my $1,200 profit, and then my new entry on Tesla would be under that level. So that's it. I'm trading from level to level, trading it down into my key demand at 396.34, taking my profits, and then I will reassess and re-enter if we break that. So that's just a perfect trade. So there you go for the day. That's how I start the day right there on Tesla. Let's see if 660 actually gives us a break and retest rejection here, though. This might be the re-entry short. Let's see. This might be the re-entry short. Oh boy. Oh, don't do it that quick. Don't do it that quick. Yeah, that's too quick for me. Not a trade. That's too quick. Too trappy there. Oh, Tesla might give me another trade. Okay, so if Tesla breaks this right here, this Thursday low, oh shit, we might get it. I might be re-entering. I might be re-entering here if we break this low. Oh, that was just perfect. 660 break and retest, huh? Wow. Wow, that was good stuff right there. That was so quick. I didn't want that pop and fade to happen within 2 minutes. I would have liked it to sort of sit there for a few minutes. That's what I meant by too quick. It was just an instant 1 minute pop, instant fade. I would have liked it like 1 minute, 2 minute pop, 3 minute pop, then a nice curl back over. You had to act so fast there. Sometimes acting so fast to where you can't build the confidence, right? If I have to act that fast, it's hard to be confident. You know, look how fast you had to fade that. You had to fade that within 1 minute of the pop. So yeah, it was tough, but that was it. Okay, Tesla getting very trappy at this 396 low. Market's still getting very wicky at these lows as well. Okay, you are 20 points away from the S&P 500 100 SMA. If you remember our conversation to start, 100 SMA. The lag is wild. That is because you're on YouTube. So if you don't want lag, you got to be in our Zoom chat or our community. Datadog failing 177.57. Yeah, that looks good. That looks really good, SD, if you're still holding that. I like it. It's looking good. I am a little bit hands off right now for a moment, just to see the outcome of this failure on the market. Good start, great start, great start. So not really interested in screwing that up right now. I'll see where I can find a new trade. But that was really the next best trade was that short right there on the SPY 660. That was it. CRWV bloodbath. Yeah, under 77.55. Okay. Oh, Tesla's gone under it. Oh shit. This is a big break on Tesla. I didn't expect us to break it that quickly after bouncing off of that low. I thought I'd give it some time to find a new low, but all right. We're right back under. What a fade of 660 SPY. Wow. Meltdown. 590's coming in. Yeah, meltdown under these levels. That's awesome. Who's making some money on the downside, man? Let's go. Nice job, D. Nice job, Brain. Amir. Finally. John Wick. Nice. Hawk. Nice. Brian, you got Google. Google is sick. Yeah, Google was really good. Google was really good. Wow. Yeah, Google was really good. Yeah, Tesla, good. I just need an entry point now. I'm not going to chase it. Took a nice win. Very happy about it. Not going to feel FOMO here. Traded it to perfection. Had a good reason to take my profits here into this demand low. Now I'll look for a new entry if I have to. If I get a new entry here, I only missed out on a little bit in action. So We'll see if I can get one. Hey, man, for a lot of you out there, you start the day like this, man. Go enjoy your day, seriously. Beautiful way to wrap up the day, you know? Beautiful start. Get outside, touch some grass. See what it's like outside today. First day here, $557 on a first day here. Way to go, Herb. Nice job, man. 42% on what? Tesla puts? Hell yeah. Is that Tesla puts? Wow, even made 42% on December contracts. Holy shit, nice. Damn, those Decembers moved 42%. Whoa, Microsoft. All right, so everything we've talked about so far, perfect. Tesla, Google, Datadog, top 3 watches, absolutely on the money. SPY under 660 was our reason to look for further downside. Perfect fail, SPY 660. I mean, this day has been absolutely textbook so far. That doesn't mean that you can go chasing stocks. That doesn't mean now you go chasing shit. That's not what that means. So unfortunately, you know, at this point, I have to be accepting of my Tesla win, which is a great win, but I now can't just be going chasing things. This is where you give it back. So very good start. Took a nice piece. Didn't get the full meat, and nor should I ever try to get the full meat. I got a good piece. You guys are sick. You guys are sick. We're in the midst of a breakdown on the market. We are in a midst of a major breakdown. 500 on Tesla, 1K on Google. Let's go, Alexander. Nice job, man. Hell yeah. Let's see if Tesla pops and fails here, actually. Hold on. You are getting close. Okay. Red alert. Actually, green alert. Green alert. 6,600 ES 100 SMA. Green alert. You're right at it. I would expect a bounce here. You're also at 24,000 NASDAQ. I would 100% expect a bounce here. If we don't bounce here, it's getting really bad today. Big volume coming in on this daily 100. Look at this volume. If we don't bounce here, this is going to get really ugly. And you are bouncing. So, very clean bounce spot. Right at key demand on NASDAQ. Right at the 100 SMA on the ES. Good spot to be taking some profits on your shorts to start your day right. Not get stuck in any type of BS bounce at this point. Time to reassess. That was your move 1. Nice job, NC. 725 on NQ shorts. Beautiful, man. Way to go. No, I will not trade live tomorrow. I will trade live from this point forward, I'm trading live as I normally do with my trading community and my mentorship group. Tomorrow is Boom Boom Wednesday for the Discord, and it's Mentorship Wednesday. Took that ES bounce, nice chef. Perfect daily 100 ES bounce, there it is. For about 20 points to the upside. That's pretty sick. Right off the daily 100, look at that. Levels, daily moving averages. Sunday, if you came Sunday, we talked about DMAs. Look at this DMA on ES right there. Bam. Right there. Algorithmic levels. Right there at the daily 100. Traded Tesla both ways. Way to go, Sid. City Slicka. You know where that's from? City Slicka. Tanya. Wouldn't expect anything less. Way to go, man. Lava Link knows. There you go, City Slicka. There is not a delay in the Zoom or the community. No, there's a delay because of YouTube. I can't fix that. YouTube just has a delay. Jobin. Yep. Been very green for 2 full months. Nice job, Nina. Way to go. Geek, another nice day, man. All right. Well, it looks like we've started the day very nice, right? And so here's your question, right? Here's the question I ask you right now. What a beautiful, what a nice, awesome, just a great vibe to start the morning, right? What an awesome way to start a beautiful Tuesday morning. 30 minutes in, pulling out some profits from the market. Now, this is the moment in time where you got to ask yourself, am I going to stare here at the screens all day? Or am I going to go walk away and say, wow, what a beautiful day. And what a nice way to start my Tuesday morning. And you're going to think long term, right? And think, hey, this is another nice day. Add it to my P&L for the month. Not go on tilt. Not get greedy. And just, walk away happy. It's up to you. These are those moments in time. These are those moments in time. It's right now. It's that moment in time where you make that decision. Gina, the last day to end the offer. Yeah, pretty sure yes. Yes. I think end of day today is when it expires. Carducci, have to go to work? Perfect. Taurus, little SPX action, nice. Marco, this is typically you want to try to find, like, here's what you need to remember about the buying the shares, right? Like, make sure you zoom out and realize that, yes, this has been downside, but it's really not any type of major downside. And could there still be more? And I think the answer to that is absolutely. So if you're going to start buying shares during these periods, you really need to take a dollar cost averaging approach, in my opinion. Wow, Tesla just perfectly rejected PDL. Whew. No, I don't think it's, no, I agree with you there, Thomas. Totally agree. But now you have now here's the problem, Thomas, right? Now you are short into the 100 SMA on the ES that has just bounced, right? So now this gets, I would assume, after seeing this, that right here on the ES gets very difficult to trade, right? Anywhere between 66.35 and the daily 100, in my opinion, this now gets very trappy right in here. If it's not, then you're going to have a beautiful continuation on the day. But what I would expect now is some trappy action in here. So that's what you have to understand now. What I was saying about the stock market buying the dip, if you're going to buy these downside moves, you really get a dollar cost average, because zooming out on the weekly, we really aren't down that much. So it's not like you're buying that big of a discount right now, right? When you're zooming in on the short-term time frames, it looks like it's a big discount, but really it's not. It's truthfully not. You're really not getting that good of a discount on this. I would buy shares aggressively, just to sort of show you where I would. I would buy shares aggressively at a major retest level, which would be 23,000 on the NASDAQ. Right here. That's where I would buy aggressively. Right here at the daily 200 SMA. But you could dollar cost average as you get to that, right? So you could buy a little bit, right? A little at a time as it fails. So you're not trying to time it exactly, right? So one of the big things that happens is, hey, I'm going to wait for the, and that's where the mindset could be wrong, right? Because You could say, hey, I'm going to wait for the 200 SMA to buy shares. Well, what if we go back to all-time highs next week? Then you'd be like, well, didn't buy any shares. So if you're interested in buying some dips, then you dollar cost into it. And you can see what we just talked about on the ES is coming to fruition. Look at the trappy action that has now begun. Okay, so here you go. Okay, everyone asks me, Desi, how do you know when the market starts to be trappy and hard, right? Right here, look. What did I just talk about? This is now a very difficult zone because you're not going to want to short into this low and you're not going to want to long into this high. And now the market is going to trap around in this area. You just saw it. You just saw it. So this is now where it gets more difficult. The day has now become difficult. The morning was easy. Now we're difficult. Now we don't know what the next direction is. Now you just got a Tesla fake out of PDL rejections, right? You got a fake out on the ES downside. You're into demand on the NASDAQ. However, you're still below this supply. So now there's a lot of question marks that are very hard to answer. Now you're just putting yourself in a more difficult situation, basically. And if you took a nice trade to start the morning, you just took an easy mode trade, and now you're going to try to give it back. You're going to try to trade again in a harder situation and give it back, right? So that might be it for me today, man. Unless I see something super clean, that might be it. That might be it. Young Bull, always crushing it, man. Way to go. $17,000 today. Holy shit. Nice. Press that like button. You got it, Emilio. Emilio. Emilio, I can answer your question now. I'll send you a message. Yeah, still very weak. Definitely. Now the question is, do you want to short into that 100 down there? It's still, you could take a few stabs at it, but you know that it's going to be tough there. Cloud EMA. I'll send you the script. It's the Desi Cloud. It's just the EMA cloud. This one. Break and retest and Google PDL was perfect. Sure was, man. Sure as hell was. It sure as hell was. The Zoom, yeah, I can pull it in there on Zoom, but it's because I'll just pull it in for you. For the Zoom guys. There it is. I don't know why those showed up. Those are all my yesterday trades. That's very weird. So yeah, I mean, I'll do a quick overview. I get a lot of questions about the group. I mean, we share, so the key levels, we do share the chart, but only for the major stuff. So we share this every day. So you can just click on this trading view or click on TOS, right? And it'll give you a link to import those levels onto your chart on Thinkorswim or TradingView. And that's just for the ES, NQ, SPY, and QQQ. If I've been thinking about maybe getting someone in the group, if you guys are down, to like copy my levels across everything. If I could do that, then I could probably get every level across every chart, so that you guys can just click it and download it. WAP is not going, I'm not live on WAP today or yesterday or today. I'll be back live on WAP on Thursday. We're on Zoom. Zoom is going to be primarily where it will be where we're live every day in the group. Zoom is much better. Zoom is just flawless. Zoom is a flawless, well-oiled machine. And so, yeah, I mean, definitely Zoom is better for sure. Zoom is just good HD, good voice. Everything's just well-oiled. Everyone knows how to use it as well. Guys, WAP's not going anywhere, okay? It's just the live streaming aspect, okay? It's just the live streaming aspect. You guys need to understand that I can't stream to 10 different things. I can't. My computer can't handle it. You can't ask me to be live on WAP, Zoom, YouTube, Discord, have TOS open, have Trade-Evade open, have OBS open, have Interactive Brokers open. What else do I have open? I mean, it's literally, I would need the most unbelievable, like that is just insane RAM. I can't do it. And then on top of that, TOS starts to lag when you have one platform open. Imagine having all of that open. It's just, I have to consolidate and you have to work with me about where we're going to be live. Zoom is very easy, okay? Just go on to Zoom. Zoom and Discord, very easy. Here you go, market holding that daily 100. Another nice opportunity to the upside, really. But I'm not going to long that, but you can see, again, levels staying true. Demand level on our NASDAQ. What level did we have this morning on NASDAQ? We had 24,410. We had the ES daily 100 SMA. So perfect holds at the lows. Perfect holds at the lows. Perfect levels. Good back off of the short thesis into the demand low, knowing that could hold, trusting that could hold. And you can see it has been a pain to be short now over the last half an hour, right? So really good exits. And that doesn't mean you should long because look what you're retesting, 660 on SPY. You're still rejecting it. So no, the coffee fund does not get you in the Zoom and Discord. The YouTube subscriptions, the coffee fund donations, that's just you being a nice person for me to do this live. Not this technically, but the morning live stream every morning. So if you enjoy my morning live streams that I've been doing for 5 years every day for free, then providing $5 for the coffee fund is just a way to say, hey, Desi, you know what? Appreciate that. And I would say, I appreciate you for appreciating that. And that's about it. It's just a handshake and a $5 donation. Thank you. That's all. If that is, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. If you do, I appreciate that. Thank you for that. It will go towards the coffee fund. Paid for your year description. Yeah, I mean, there you go, Taurus. Paid for your year membership in a single day. Way to go, man. I mean, that's $11.99 is a single trade. Way to go, man. Love it. Welcome to the family. Now you're locked in forever. Now you can't leave. Don't worry, Taurus. You're going to hate me a few days from now. I'll take a loss. You'll be like, what the hell is this guy doing, man? People only like me on days like today. All right, so there's nothing for me here. Damn. JS, 20 gifted. That's $100, my friends. 20 gifted. Look at that. Look at all these gifted subs coming in. Holy shit. JS, firm handshakes, man. Appreciate that. ATEC, $6,000 day. Holy crap, ATEC. ATEC catching stride, huh? Catching a real stride here, ATEC. Way to go, man. Shit. Okay, look at this rejection. Perfect fails right at our supply. Holy hell. Nice. 24,600 NASDAQ, perfect fail. 66.35, perfect fail. SPY 660, perfect fail. Across the board, perfect fails at those upside levels. But still inside of the chop zone. So nothing I can trust right now. I'm not trusting trades inside of this zone. See this zone right here? Not trading it. I will not be trading inside this zone today. That is my discipline for today. I will not be trading inside of this zone right here. On the NASDAQ futures. Long Bitcoin futures off 90K. Let's see. What's it looking like? Yeah, it's holding pretty good there. Oh shit, I missed a bunch of donations. Holy shit. What do we got here? Mark, thank you, brother. Toop Dog with the 10. Frank, thank you, man. Continued education guidance. Appreciate that, Frank. Get yourself a matcha. Oh, we're fancy today, Crisp. All right. We're going to get fancy with a matcha. Appreciate that. I am not doing it on the levels, man. It's like $20. I might be doing something maybe on actual Black Friday, but right now, no, Jimmy. Massive, appreciate that, man. The Black Friday deal is, I believe, ending tonight, man. I can try to see if I can extend it, but as of right now, it's set to be ending tonight. All right, so just sort of sitting here inside this sort of choppy area. I don't like this area on the market. You're below PDL. You're just bouncing back after an aggressive downside morning. I still believe the lower high is very potential today. I have no reason to think that this market just V-shapes. So just patience right now for me. I'll get you the script, Fibby. 1 second, man. Meta. Let's see. Why are you losing? Let me see. Another rejection at 660. Well, depends on where your entry was there, LV. Tesla, yeah, I mean, Tesla continues to look like a nice fade. I would like to see it underneath. Yeah, that is a nice VWAP bear flag on Tesla there. Look at that. That's not a bad little VWAP bear flag on Tesla. Okay, keep an eye on that. Brandley, grab a cup of Joe for all the hard work. Appreciate that, Brandley. Thank you, brother. I'll put the EMA script in the description of the video here today, guys. So check down below in the description. EMA Cloud. I just put it in there right now. So you should be able to grab it down there. Okay, so so Tesla could set up here. Now, the reason I say that is because if the markets reject this 660 SPY level, and it does influence another drip to the downside, Tesla likely sets up here. Tesla likely sets up here. Let's be watching this. Let's be careful of traps, though. Right? Tesla could absolutely trap here still. RMC, I will honor that. We can add 90 free days to your subscription. You just got to shoot Nick an email. God, I love just saying shoot Nick an email. I love it. He hates me. Yeah, shoot Nick an email. Put it on his plate. Yeah, it's just Nick at options-insider.com. He's having a great time this week, I'll tell you that. Yeah, Nick is on it, man. He's good. He's very good. Oh, there he is. He's in the chat. Sorry, Nick. Brian, the human freckle. I can't laugh too much because people don't get that. Eric buys dips. What's up, man? Yeah, just getting really trappy down here, guys. It continues to not look that clean to me. I would be careful in here. You have to remember, you just faded aggressively into a daily 100 SMA. There's trapping action down here. You need to be careful. Do not trust 1 minute action right now. It's very clear that it is continuing to trap. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. There's got to be a point where you look at this and say, man, the early trade was the easy trade. It's not getting easy now. It's getting tricky. I mean, I would lose in this. 100% I'm losing in this all day. There's nothing here that would make me feel confident. This is not where good traders make their money, right? This is not action that if you're like, you need to understand, if you lose right now, that doesn't mean you're a bad trader, right? You're just trading in nothing. Like good traders are not successfully trading the last half an hour. That's not the reality. Okay? A good trader is not making money in this action right here. A good trader is saying, okay, let me hands off for a second here. Let me see what the outcome of this little consolidation period is. If we break to new lows under the daily 100, you bet your ass you're going to get some more downside continuation. All right? So if we get that 100 SMA break on the ES, there it could get more, interesting again. And that's where I would try to jump back on the bandwagon, try to jump back on the trend. But right now is sort of where I'd stay away from this. This is a good rejection. Don't get me wrong. This rejection of VWAP could absolutely set up the new downside leg lower. I think that's also very possible, by the way. So I see it, right? I see it. I see this VWAP on Qs rejecting to be potentially the leg lower move. The 660 rejection on SPY also very much a bear flag forming here. So it's showing. I'm just a little bit cautious now of, do I trust these candles? I don't have full trust in this, but it's definitely showing. Our levels are working, right? 24,603, it's working. These are the exact levels we had from this morning, guys, on the QQQ. I have not touched this level since the open. Look at the exact highs that we just hit on the Qs, 596.88. So the levels are absolutely working. Now, it's a matter of reading price action here. Do we get some more clarity on the price action? That Microsoft watch might be, that Microsoft watch might be stepping up. The Tesla bear flag is playing. Sure is. Tesla bear flag is playing. Okay, here we go. Microsoft. Big break. Big break. Microsoft. So Tesla bear flag playing. Market bear flag possibly playing. Let's see if we get another play here. Or let's see if this traps again, right? What could happen here? It could trap again down at this ES Daily 100 again. It's very possible. So be careful here. Microsoft big break though. I would be intrigued by that. For sure. What I'm concerned about with Microsoft, though, is if that ES bounces to 100 again, Microsoft probably traps me under this low. So that is a concern of mine. You can see Microsoft just broke this major 492.37 low. That is this daily low right here. You can see we have broken under this daily chart low right here. That is very interesting for the possibility of downside. So what I'd now like to see is some continued weakness below that level. And really what I'd like to see is a bounce back into that level. I'd really like to see a bounce back into this, not just a straight flush. It's not my setup. It's a rejection of a key level, but guess what? You're also still above the 100 SMA. My setup is not to short into the daily 100 SMA on a market that's down 1% already. That's not my setup. My setup is to not be caught shorting into the daily 100. If it breaks under it, great. I missed it, right? But that's where I want to stay disciplined today. I don't want to do that. So, not interesting. It could play, though. It looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. Microsoft's getting torched. Oh, my God. Okay. Now, where I could see my play setting up, actually, is Tesla. Tesla showing rejections at 396.34. Let's see what happens there. Let's see if it rejects there. What's the stock far right? That's Microsoft. 100 daily moving average. 11.99 is 50% off. That is correct. It is $200 a month to be in the community. So if you times that by 12, that's $2,400. And $11.99 is half of $2,400. Damn, we got a lot of Zoom chats going. What's up, Zoom chat? How much am I up today? I am up $1,259 on some Tesla shorts. Tesla is fading this 396.34 level. We do not do lifetime subscriptions. You had a few people ruin it for the rest. Lifetime, you had a few people join the lifetime subscription, probably take a few losses, if, be in the group for 6 months. Maybe I had a bad week. They took a few losses. They decided to say that they hate the community, cancel it, dispute the charge. I lose, they get 6 months a year for free. Dispute the charge with Amex. There it goes. I get charged a refund fee, and I actually end up losing money on lifetime subscriptions. So we're not doing that. Okay. Microsoft definitely failing. Tesla, Market staying weak, but still above this morning demand low. Not a big fan still. You guys, let's we can ask those questions later in the group. Let's focus on the markets. If you got any membership questions, Nick is your guy. Let's try to keep the chat focused today. So Tesla, another no trade. ES is still just sitting at demand lows, possibly going to fail them. I mean, the lower high fade is definitely showing. Downtrend is definitely there. Microsoft looks pretty good. I mean, I've pretty much in my mind walked away. So I'm just looking to see if anything sparks, but in my mind, I've pretty much walked away, right? Look at this, another daily 100 hold on ES, another trap into those lows. Yeah, just not as clean, man. It's just not. This is not the spot. Okay, very clear. Look, see this NASDAQ zone? Still there. Look, see this zone? Still there. Still in there. I'd love to play some music right now. Really would. I'll be right back, guys. Bathroom break. All right. Let's get back on here. Ooh, Tesla rejecting PDL still. Damn, ES playing so many games here. Wow. Okay. Vic, I don't raise prices. You get grandfathered into whatever you buy it at, man. I don't do that. Grandfathered rate system. This would be a nice, like, fade higher on Microsoft back into the supply level, if we can get it. Need some cannons. I know YouTube will shut down the live stream if I put on cannons. We'll end the day with some cannons once the live stream's over on YouTube. All right, I'm going till 11 o'clock on the trading side, man. 15 more minutes to see if something sets up. If not, we're going to jump into our giveaways, our Q&As, our all that jazz. So 15 more minutes of trading for me until I shut this down. You have traded sideways now since 9:45. So you are looking at an hour of chop that we have just stayed away from by understanding our key levels. That in itself should be saving you thousands of dollars. Yes, I'll be releasing the Sunday stream after the completion of today, and we're gonna sort of change up the thumbnails and the title and make it like a whole series that people can go back and watch, sort of like a 3-day series playlist. So that'll come out. Those that registered have the link already, so you can go back to it already. And it's just the link that you originally clicked on it for, clicked on it with. So that link you have, you can go back to it. Tim, good day, Tim. Let me see, Tim, what'd you post? Data Dog. Nice, Tim. 620. Tesla P. Oh, you took the Tesla PDL short. Nice. 69. Shit. Oh, God. 69. Nice. That's a good day. 700 and 690 bucks. Wow, a lot of 69s for you today, Tim. $690, $69 win on Tesla. No, we do not discount that, Rob. It's just Nick at options-insider.com. Martinez, what's up, man? I can tell by the profile picture. That profile picture is in my head for life. Thanks for the stream. Headed to the gym. We'll get some cannons in the disc nice. Appreciate that, Martinez. Okay, hold on. What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? Google, nice. I'm sorry, Microsoft, I meant. Microsoft faded that flag. Tesla still rejecting PDL. Tesla really is still a very good watch. It's still rejecting PDL. Just need to find a reason to enter. Wow, there goes Microsoft. Wow. Damn. Holy crap. Big drop. Did Hood go gap fill yet? It didn't. Huh. Oh, they're just sort of fake downside candle on the market. Nothing. Yeah. Yeah, IBIT, Bitcoin with a little bit of green today. Am I taking 0 DTE and at the money? If I trade the SPY and the Qs, I am going to take zeros, yes. I also prefer to just trade the futures on some of those trades. When it comes to individual equity trades, like today, obviously you can't take zeros on Tesla unless it's Friday. I'll typically avoid zeros on a Friday. Just, it depends on how spicy I'm feeling. I don't mind slowing it down on a Friday. Just the whole vibe of a Friday. Just for me is typically like get out of the week, don't blow things up on a Friday. That's typically my mindset on a Friday. So I like to push it to next week's, if I'm feeling just sort of like, hey, I've had a good week, let me not screw this up. Let me not lose 40% in 30 seconds. It's not really how I feel like ending my week and, heading into the weekend. I'm not really feeling like doing that. So yeah, I mean, for me, I'll zeros at times, but I have a healthy respect for zeros after taking a lot of losses, trading them, right? So IBIT is actually holding up pretty nicely. I mean, in the Ankit, the mentorship group, we meet 3 times a week. We have, conversations together 3 times a week. There is about, I don't even know how many hours. I think there's like 30 hours of recorded content that I've never put anywhere else online. It was all fresh made and done for like multiple months, and it will never be posted anywhere else. So there's a lot of content there. There's 3 meetings a week of sort of smaller group, more personal, conversations. And I mean, the goal is to help you trade. that's my goal, and that's what that's what I do my best at trying to do. I can't promise you anything. If you join the mentorship group and you go out today and you short the open because you're all geeked up on downside and you get squeezed out and you lose, then no, the mentorship's not going to do anything for you. So it's a matter of I try to teach you my experiences and show you what I look for and give you a more personalized experience, and hopefully you take that to your you take that seriously. I see some people that do. I see some people that don't. There's faces in the group that show up a lot. There's faces that don't show up. So, it really depends on how much commitment you give. It's anything in life. If you commit as much as I commit, then there's probably a good possibility of success. But there's not a lot of people that commit the same way I commit, to be honest. I don't do anything besides, my entire trading career. This is my life. It's not just a hobby for me. This is my life, right? So there's nothing I commit to more than this game that we play, which is called the stock market. There's nothing in my life I commit to more. Maybe my family and significant other is who I should commit to more, but at times I don't. So it's up to you, man. The commitment is definitely a very important thing that I cannot instill inside of people, right? That is a variable that will always be out there, right? That variable of commitment is not something that is guaranteed. How bad do you want it? Like, just the discipline to not trade over the last hour in itself is game changing in your career. Since we have been sitting here for the last hour as the market has gone sideways, have you got chopped up? And if the answer to that is yes, then you have work to do. Okay? And that's one of the things I want you to learn from today. If you are trading right now inside of this range because you have for some reason think what's going to happen inside this range, and it has not been working for you and you're losing, then you need to look at yourself and say, all right, I'm going to stay away from this. I'm going to stay disciplined. I'm going to wait for the next move. I think the downside is the right call, right? So for some of you guys that are looking for downside, I think it's right, right? I personally think that downside is right. However, I do not have a reason to short into the low a day, right? So I can't just enter with that mindset. My mindset wants downside. But I can't just take a short position because of that. There is no action to cause the reaction, right? There is no action here to cause my reaction. I need to see something happen that says, hey, it's time. I have not seen that. Trade TB. Man, I want to meet TB, man. I have a picture of what TB looks like in my mind, but I don't know what he actually does. Too generous to the Timmies and Jimmies. I appreciate that, TB. That is an OG post right there in the Discord. That is, I remember that day like it was yesterday. Oh, that is one of the best days that I could recall right there. Man, you guys got to stop watching Trade Brigade so much. This guy's taking me over. He does great work. He's on it. He's on top of it. BA, I'm getting hungry. It's 11 o'clock. Oh, look at that. It's 11 o'clock. BA is coming down into a big spot, 188. Yeah. BA is coming down into a big 188 spot on the weekly. Look at this. We've had, oh my God, we've had an alert here. Huh. Yeah, we've had an alert there for a long time. I mean, looks like you could get the secondary slide, man. There's no reason to think otherwise. There really isn't. There's no reason to think otherwise that this is not a lower high. I mean, the way the price action reads, I'm definitely still seeing weakness. I like the Microsoft downside, but I haven't got an entry point. This is too far away for an entry point for me. Like this gap right here is not good. I want it actually into that level. So that's just not a trade there. Tesla is just sort of just taking people out now. It's a total trap, just total noise now. Yeah, ES is back at the 100 SMA here. So be careful there. You're from Red Bank? Hey, I got a bunch of friends in Red Bank. Jersey boy, love it. My ultimate goal in life is to own a vacation home in Seagirt. That is my goal. Seagirt vacation home. And not just like I want like a real one. That's my goal. You think further south is better? Seagirt, not the spot? Too close to Belmar? Hold on. They heard I was leaving. They heard I was leaving. Uh-oh. There goes Microsoft. Going the wrong way. Yeah. The summers in Florida are terrible, man. They're absolutely terrible. Okay. So now there's some action here. Do we reject the 100 SMA here? For maybe a little ES trade. This would be more of an ES trade for me than anything. Maybe a little rejection of the 100 SMA, but let's see. 24,410. Let's see if this traps here or if you actually reject it. Do you get right back above or do you see real failures here? That's a pretty good fail, the 100 there. Where are you into on the NASDAQ? I need to zoom out here before I get trapped. Hold on. I have a feeling there's some lows here. Hold on. Where are we trading into? Let me zoom out here. Okay, so we are trading into... Whew. Okay, so we're rejecting this 410 low. 410, this low. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this gap. Yeah, you need to see a failure under that floor. You are definitely still trading into massive lows here on the NASDAQ, by the way, just so you know. You are absolutely still trading into massive lows here. All right here. Look at all this. Let's see. Is there something really clean here before getting caught shorting a sweep of the lows? That is a potential failure at 410. Tesla went straight back up. Wow. Yeah, that is nasty. Okay, you might have just... Okay, if this ES gets back over the 100, you're trapping under the daily 100 here. Let's see what happens. Okay, you're possibly failing. Let's see. Where's my daily 100 here? What the hell? Oh, it's not adjust for contract change. This would be the little scalp opportunity you can watch right here. If this rejects at this previous low in the daily 100, there's a reason to potentially look for something. But if you get right back above this, that is called a sweep of the lows again. That adds liquidity back for a squeeze back to the upside. Let's see if this rejects. Yeah, you're getting a little bit of a failure there. Not a massive fan here. Not a massive fan. The reason I'm not a massive fan is because it went from consolidation. I mean, this could be the spot, but I'm just not a massive fan right now. That's a good rejection. That's what you want to continue to see here. Keep looking to see if this low fails right here. If this goes back over, though, it's going to get nasty. Okay, that's clean. Get a zoomed out look. You get 2 minute. Is that the NASDAQ 100 right there? That is, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'll be taking that. NASDAQ 100 right there at 362. Yeah, no. Don't think so, man. Don't think so. Don't love it. Don't love it. Honestly, this could even look like yesterday's. This could look like yesterday's long. Really could. It's starting to look like it. See if he gets back over 430 there. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is again. It's gorgeous. They're starting to become opportunities to the upside. They are. They're starting to become opportunities to the upside. They truthfully are. It's 2 days in a row we just saw that same thing. They're truthfully becoming scalp longs. It's a scalp long though. You should be out, right? You should honestly just be out right there. Breaks of the lows are becoming long opportunities. That's 2 days in a row. Same thing. There it is again. You got to be so careful shorting lows like this. This is where you get smoked, man. Smoked at those lows. Look at that sweep. Right into the daily 100. Yep. Holy shit, look at that. Nice reads again, man. Nice reads again. Very nice. Good no short. Hey, could have longed it. I'm not doing it. Nice. You took a kiddo. Nice, man. 40% there. Shit. Nice. You got the scalp long. Nice. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Look at this. It's a legit one too. It's a decent one. Young bull with the $2,100 long there. Let's go. Oh yeah. Wow. I was tempted there because I didn't want to again not take it after talking about it yesterday. So I was like, you know, man, just for the YouTube, I should take this one this time. Hey man, this is what I always remember. I always remind myself of this, right? If I can read the market correctly, then I am in for a lifetime of, you know, profitable opportunities. So even if I don't take a little 2-minute squeeze off the lows, but if I was able to read that there could be that possibility there, then I know that I'm, you know, I'm in the right place, and I have a long time, you know, I have my whole life to be taking those opportunities. And really, as long as I'm reading it correctly, I'm very happy. So beautiful there again. Wow. Look at that. What a squeeze on the ES. That's sick. That's sick. That is sick. I mean, that's a profit takings trade in my book, but hey, you could ride it. Why not? Ride it. I probably would have just grabbed like a couple MESs there if I was to take it. Maybe 5, 10 MESs. 5. I've been just messing with the MES, MNQ. All right, guys. Let's do our giveaways, man. I think that was another good session today. Good trades on Tesla. That was the one and done. I am very, very happy to be one and done today. Here's your one and done for the day. Let me make it so you can see all this. Sorry about that. Let me remove this. So today, here were the trades we took. We can review that real quick. So $1,200 on Tesla. That was my trade. Let's go ahead and review. What a squeezer. Wow, what a squeezer. Tesla trade today. Let's go Jumbotron. Damn. That was the trade of the day again, like yesterday. Damn. Yeah, same as yesterday. Wow. It's all the trap, you know, it's people just shorting the lows. It's nasty. So today, the trade we took was Tesla shorts. I was targeting, you know, I was watching this low from yesterday close around 404.80. So you can see right here, this low from yesterday at 404.80. Actually, you guys can't see that on the screen. Sorry about that. Right here, this yesterday low, 404.80. See that? 404.81. So this morning, we saw some Tesla underperformance. That was the first thing we realized. We were on the 1-minute chart. We were watching how Tesla was actually going lower as the market was squeezing higher. And so that gave me really sparked interest in downside on Tesla. And so we looked at it here for potential rejection, but the market was pushing higher, so I stayed away. And then right here, we saw a failure at that exact 404.80 spot, and I took my short on the failure of that level. As you can see, my entry was at 940, right? And that was right here, 940, right there. So we basically top ticked that short entry there, scaling out into the drop for a nice $1,200. TOS is really about to break down on me. I can feel it. It's super slow right now. Shorting right into that drop, huge, nice opportunity. Pretty much caught the entire move. Sold out, you know, sold majority out right here. Took majority off right in this low right here. So that was the trade. So now, what I want to do is some giveaways. Actually, before we do that, let's sit down and let's just sort of recap this week, this last few days. Where do I think Hood will run to? Let's see. Hood. That 118 spot's pretty big. That 100 SMA FUD. That's if the market doesn't get tanked off this retest, though. This could be such a dead cat again. I wonder if this is another dead cat here into 660. All right, so what I want to do. How's the house coming along? It's been on a wild year trading. Been a wild year trading. Another one to come. Appreciate that, Simon. Awesome, man. Let's go. Let's make it a great 2026. The house plumbing. They're doing the plumbing. My dad got pissed at the plumbers because they wanted to run the water lines under the slab. And he said, if you're going to do that, then I want a lifetime guarantee. I want a lifetime warranty on everything. And so I don't think they wanted to do that. So now we're running the water lines up and over instead of underneath the slab. Make this perfect for you. There we go. Okay, so let's recap. Let's talk about what you should know by now, right? What did we talk about the last 2 days, right? What did we talk about the last 2 days? Well, new level of confidence in your understanding of the markets. That key levels, right? I hope that over the last 3 days, you learned about key levels. I hope you learned about how we trade off levels. I hope you saw how what we talked about Sunday was directly related into today and yesterday. I mean, guys, and this, I mean, I'm even happy. I'm very happy with myself because honestly, I feel very good about what we did over the last 3 days. What we talked about Sunday, we did not stray from any of that over the last 2 days. Nothing. Every trade was off a level. The patience in the NTZs, the order entries. What alert is that? Nothing's going to stop me from missing an alert. What alert was that? BA. Okay. Anyways, let's go back. Yeah, squirrel. Let me get this for the Zoom chat here. Hold on. So I'm very happy with how we traded the last few days, how we followed, I mean, really just followed the system, the break and retest, key levels, the ESNQ deciding our decisions, the morning game plans, the morning theses, following those theses into the intraday and being disciplined in doing so. I mean, that's what we talked about on Sunday, and I hope that you saw that live over the last few days, right? Certainty that trading is a skill you can improve. I mean, that's absolutely true. This is something that you can continue to work on, continue to improve on, continue to get better at. I still do that on a daily basis. So I mean, it's just something that you can continue to build upon over the years and years if you take it the right way. If you do it the right way, if you learn, if you get experience, and hopefully coming to the last 3 days gives you a little bit of an eye opener to see what is possible. I made a nice $1,500 over the last 2 days. Nothing huge, but nothing, very chill 2 days, right? Easy, nice trades, clear theses, take it and run. And these $1,500 in 2 days, that builds up quick. And you can see from my position sizes, they were not big position sizes. All right, I'm taking about $8,000 worth of size. Yesterday was taking like $4,000 worth of size. These are not huge. I'm not trading with hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars. This is very much possible. I'm trading with a $38,000 account right now. So, yeah, it's not luck. It's not gambling. It's not guessing. We didn't do any guessing. We didn't do any gambling. We didn't get lucky. Everything that we traded was what we game planned for, right? I hope that you can see what you've been doing wrong, maybe, over the last 2 days, right? Maybe today you see yourself losing in that sideways chop, and you're like, okay, I see that I'm getting too active inside of sideways consolidation. I need to learn how to stop myself from trading inside that chop, right? Maybe there's something that you learned over the last 3 days that you're like, okay, this is something I can work on. Chasing trades, entering randomly, relying on emotions, right? Guessing a direction. These are all huge, right? Not understanding the risk. Guessing the direction, absolutely a huge one. If there's one thing you want to take with you, understanding the structure of trading. I think that is very important. Plus, believing in yourself to improve daily. Understanding the structure, understanding what we're talking about, and then just being confident and doing it. And you see that equals, hopefully, profitable trading. Nice little presentation here for you. So this is the crowd pleaser. How's everyone feeling? Miami, how we feeling? How did everyone enjoy the last 3 days? Let me ask that for the YouTube chat. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, maybe type 1, type yes, say something. Get the crowd riled up. Rile up the crowd. The crowd goes wild. Loved it. Appreciate that, guys. How did we enjoy it? Awesome. How many do we have today? 4,000 people again? 3,500? So we're had a big crowd. And we have people drawing on the presentation. What's new? What's new? Why am I not surprised? Okay. And we have more people. All right, guys. I'm going to have to take that off now. So now I have to make it that you can't do it. I thought I didn't have to do that. But I guess I do. So knowing what you know now, after 3 days of learning, are you happy you showed up the last 3 days? Hopefully, 3 days of free YouTube education. And so now it's my time to hold up the end of the deal. Time for some giveaways. I got some giveaways for you today. We're going to give away 10 more $50 gift cards to the merch store. And I'm going to give away five of those 10. 5 of those 10 will include 1 month free. How about that? So for 5 of you out there, hopefully it goes to people that really want it, I'll give you a month free within the group. So you come in for a month, see what it's all about, and you get some merch. So let's run it. Let's do that now. I'd really like to just give it to people in the chat. Is there a way to do that? Bear with me here. I don't think there is, unfortunately. That would make sense, though. YouTube giveaway in chat. How to do a YouTube live stream giveaway. Chatbots, Streamlabs. Chatbots, you can do chatbots in YouTube. I don't think that works on YouTube. Oh, we could do the guess a number. How about this? I'm going to run a poll. Start a poll. Giveaway method. It's got to be 1 through 1,000, doesn't it? Because there's a lot of people here. Why can't I start the poll? All right, vote on the poll. What's the market doing? Squeezing? Yeah. What do we got? Oh, we're close. That poll's close. No, you got to vote first. What we're going to do. Don't give me numbers. I got no number. You guys don't listen, man. There's a vote about whether we're going to random generate it or they're going to pick a number 1 through 1,000. You got to vote on the poll. Stop typing numbers in the chat. I feel like I'm a real streamer right now. I feel like I'm like Nick Merckx. I feel like I'm Dr. Disrespect over here. Wow, it's a very close vote. It is a super close vote. Jeez, it's staying close too. Look at that. And this is why our daily live streams are on members only, by the way. Okay, I'm ending the poll at 11:30. Actually, 11:29. 30 more seconds. Oh, shit. That was probably loud. Are we really squeezing right now? Yeah, wow. What a long again that was. That is something. What a beautiful long again. That's going to have to be the new look. That's going to have to be the new thing to be looking for, it looks like, in this market. Best trade of the day by far. Trap lows. Wow. Incredible. Incredible. Okay. Random generator wins the poll. Random generator wins the poll. So I'm going to grab an updated list of the people that registered. Is our thumbnail right today? I changed it, didn't I? Yeah. So I'm going to grab an updated list for the people that registered to do the giveaways. While we wait, can you see yourself using what we covered in the last 3 days? Right? That's a question I want to ask you. What we talked about the last 3 days, is this something that you can see yourself attempting to replicate in your own trading? If so, then this is, in my opinion, the best time to join, right? The community where we do this every day. Would you like to spend more time together? The honest truth, it still takes a long time, right? That's the honest truth. So like we talked about, the commitment to the journey, commitment to trading, commitment to learning, that's very important. And being disciplined, very important. And that's sort of how I want to end it. I just want to tell you that what we did over the last few days is very possible, but it took years. It's something that I still am learning on a daily basis. So I hope that this just inspired you, man. That's all my goal for this week was. I hope it inspired you. I hope it showed you what I do on a daily basis. I hope it showed you that it is possible. And the things that we look for in the group are profitable things to look for. And the ability to read price action using our key levels is not impossible to learn. And it's definitely something that everyone can understand. The 99% that fail, it really comes down to the discipline part. And hopefully, that's, in my opinion, what sometimes the market commentary inside of a group can help you do, right? Like being a part of our group, any group, hopefully the person leading the charge is someone that is understanding of what to look for. And like today, having a group behind you saying, all right, hey, let's be careful inside this zone. Maybe just that type of little reminder can make you stop self-sabotaging yourself, right? Because trading, it can be very self-sabotaging. There's no one to answer to. There's no one guiding you. And so hopefully with some type of a guide, it can help. Okay? And that's our offer to you. Right, the $11.97 for 365 days. That's the offer that we're doing for Black Friday. And that link is pinned in the chat and down in the description below. And that will be that. That is my sales pitch for you. The Desi Snake Oil Salesman pitch of the day. Foolish. Look at that. Right up front. Foolish with with the positive review. Brian, Thomas, Drac. I know Drac. Fudd, look at Fudd right there. You want to know what Fudd looks like? Zoom in on that profile picture right there. Good looking man right there. Look at that. Milkman. Steven Bryce. I know Steven. Hope Printing. Endorse. I know Endorse. I know all these names, actually. Money Matrix. Another big one. Bunch of OGs right there. All right. So, as we get the giveaway going, let me go ahead and get that going. The snake oil salesman pitch of the day. You guys know that's not my strong suit, but I would like to invite and have, hopefully help more people. So let's go ahead and download this. We got our CSV. Let's do some giveaways. All right, random picker CSV file. Random file picker. Here we go. Here we go. So let me show you. I'm going to pull it up on the screen for you to see here. We got, where's the file? Damn it. Why is this? Take this off the screen. Download desktop right here. There's our file. Okay. We got our file in there. Good. We're going to pick 5 winners to start. We're going to use column B and column C. We're going to exclude duplicates. These first 5, merch store. Okay, next 5, merch and 1 month access to the group. Here we go. The picker doesn't consider any gender. Get them out. Get them out. No, I'm just kidding. Don't get them out. That's good. Don't get them out. All right. Here we go. I move my face. Tyler Bocher, Roman Ulysses de Leon. Wow, what a name is that? That's a great name. I love that. That's a very fine, gentleman-like name right there. Roman Ulysses de Leon. That is a very gentleman name right there. Alexa Nikolic, Darren Bagnall, and Sharon Bowens. Roman Ulysses de Leon. I'm happy to have him in the group. Italian wet dream name. Ponce de Leon. We did not rig it, sorry. All right, so I will screenshot that and send you emails. I'll send you emails, don't worry. You don't got to send me nothing because I know you're going to... Oh, hey, I'm Roman. That's me. All right, let's go back. Bottom ticked futures. Great sweep like yesterday. Way to go, man. Let's go. Way to go. What a trade. Okay. Same file. This is the big one right here. This is the big one right here. Exclude duplicates. All right. these next 5 winners, merch, and 1 month in the group. Three, two, one. Barry Gregg, Khalid Kual, Tyler Weimer, Luke Grefty, and Santiago Aguadelo. And if you guys don't get back to me after emailing if these 5 people do not get back to me by end of week, I will redraw this. All right. Boom. I feel like we should give more away. What else can I give away? It's all bullshit. What else should we give away? Let's go on Amazon real quick. Let's take it over to Amazon here. What is something we want as a trader? What do we want as a trader? Porsche GT3. We want money and we want it now. How about this? How about this? How about we give away 5 copies of Trading in the Zone? How about that? How about a nice copy of the Trading in the Zone? Get your ass to read the book. How about that? I like that. I like that. Wholesome. It's a wholesome giveaway. All right, 5 copies, Trading the Zone, coming in hot. Here we go. Coming in real hot. 5 copies, Trading the Zone. Where's my file? It's there. Okay. B and C. If you already have it, I don't know what to tell you. 3, 2, 1. Check the file now. Uh-oh. It's rigged. Three, two, one. Yogevadir Sagib Madini. Wow. Priya Patel, Rob Olardise, and Alaya Asante. I will only send this if you reply to my email. So these might get redrawn. That is Trading in the Zone, by the way. That's not what you think it is. I mean, I won't agree. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. Let me save myself from saying anything. Okay. All right. That's it. Trading in the Zone giveaway. 1 month free, merch, and just merch. That's like, I don't know. I think that's it. Why them and not me? Who hacked the list? I will send emails to every winner, and I will expect a reply by Friday. If I do not get a reply by Friday, I will redraw these on our Monday live stream. So you better be there. Okay? All right, guys. I'm going to call it here. Actually, no, we still got Q&A. 15 minutes Q&A. Let's do it. 15 minutes Q&A. I would have loved to put like a question up on the screen here. I need to get that hotline thing. I would really like that, where I can have a hotline. Now's the time. Now is the time. Let's see. Tim, appreciate that, Tim. At me if you got a question. I'm not going to see it if you don't at me. At what point do you stop depositing money into your trading account? I think you have to. I think you need to understand your personal finances, man. Really. Like, you need to know how much you're willing to dedicate to, how much you need, and how much you're willing to dedicate to your, your coming up of trading. I mean, and that's sort of like a personal question there. That's tough for me to answer. Best barber options in Naples? I know one guy, his name's Clay. He's really good. I don't know where he works now, though. How do you reset emotionally taking a huge red day? That's a great question. The easiest thing to do after a red day, right here. How do you reset emotionally after taking a huge red day? Easiest thing to do after taking a red day is just go back in the next day and just blow it all up, right? Just like try to do the same thing over again. I have seen in my past that you need to scale down tremendously. That's the only way forward. The only way forward is to get back in a very small size, trading size, and build back the momentum again. That's why I've been trading small. I didn't lose large, but I haven't been trading well. Basically all of October, it was not a good month for me. It was very slow, very annoying, very frustrating. I had one of my most frustrating months of trading in October. Every day, just couldn't get anything going. I had days where I was wrong on 3 trades in a row. It was just terrible. So I felt that urge to like hit a big one, and try to make back some losses and just try to feel like that dopamine again. And I knew that I needed to not do that. And so I scaled down. I took money out of my account. I used the cash in my account to go pay for something that was, important. I used the money for the house build, obviously. And so I was like, let me realize this money. Let me get back into this. What I like to reset at is like 30 to 40,000. And that's what I would recommend, getting back down into a comfortable place and then building back that momentum is always the best way to do it. I know you're not going to want to do that, but that's you're going to want to win. You're going to want to make that money back quick. And that's the exact wrong feeling. Method for overcoming PDT, just open up a cash account. Very easy. You will see my face on Zoom, yeah, and my screen on Zoom. Yes, on the Zoom, Ace Trades is what you'll see. I lost audio. Couldn't tell you. How many hits does a candle need? It's really not a matter of like 1, 2, or 3 hits. It's really a matter of watching the price action. And I hope that, I mean, go back and watch the Tesla price action today and the Amazon price action yesterday in our live trades, and it'll give you an idea of me just reading what's happening at that spot. Also, the Sunday prep that we did will also explain that quite often. You know, we'll get that out to you. The best answer to that is watching me trade live. I mean, that's really it. I don't look for like a certain amount of hits at a key level. I'm just watching if I see a heavy selling at that spot, which is shown through the candles. When is the promotion over? I think tonight. Pretty much answered that already. Well, this depends on the time frame, but I think, I think these answers to like the candles, the price action, there's no better way to learn that from just watching live price action. And hopefully the last 2 days showed you that. Yeah, we'll send out the 3 days. Yep. Long time to hear. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. You too, brother. Nice to see you. Yep, I'll send out the presentation. What made the biggest difference in my trading career? I would say the biggest difference in my trading career was when there's a few. I'm trying to think what was like that major moment. I would say when I started to watch, really, this is the one that I think is probably the biggest one. It's when I started to watch the futures levels. I think that drastically changed my trading career. That is probably the biggest, like the most applicable and directly correlated, you know, something that you can do today is getting more in tune with the futures levels, right? In my past, I would not know not till short right here. I would not know that the 100 SMA was there on the ES. I would not know like, oh, the S&P is down, I should short, right? These are the things, it's just that super, you guys that don't do this don't understand how blind you're trading, right? So when I was beginning trading, I wasn't watching futures levels. And to think about how blind I was back then to my trading, it's disgusting to think about. All right, look at this level rejecting. Why is this rejecting? Well, we had a level here, right? 66.55. Why did this trap this low? It was this 100 SMA. We read price action here, right? At our major low that we knew could bounce at the 100 SMA. So like not knowing this or not watching this, it's like you're trading your head chopped off. So that really is probably the biggest difference. That once I started to lock in on that and really understand NASDAQ and ES price action, I think that changed a lot for me. Like a lot. So if you're not there yet, I would focus on that personally. I think it's okay to trade just the ESNQ. I don't think you need to watch the Qs in SPY. If you have the bandwidth to do so, I would. For the record, four-figure day for me. In mentorship for 3 months, already paid for it. Oh man, hell yeah. Look at that. Let's go. Risk management, that was in our Sunday prep video from Sunday, so you can watch that. I'm not going to go over it again right now. I don't watch Bookmap, nope. Why do you avoid trading straight shares? I think I would like to actually trade straight shares in the future. I think the strategy that I trade is actually best for just shares. However, I just don't have enough. Okay, let's see. This is just a total bot asking this. Why is the same? Why are different people asking the exact? Take them out. Take them out. Put them in timeout. 24-hour timeout for you, sir. And you as well. 24-hour timeout. See ya. I would actually like to trade shares in my future. I just would need to trade with like a $500,000 to make any kind of serious. When you log into the Discord, what makes you so proud that you want to keep going? I mean, I would never stop, Shreddy. It's just there's not even a question in my mind, man. This is not any type of like. There's no choosing if I want to stop doing this. It's not a choice that I have. What do I think about the ORB? If the ORB lines up with a retest level, I love the ORB. When the opening range break lines up with a key level on the longer term time frames, that would be. I love that. How did you switch from trading shares to options? I realized how undercapitalized I was, Bud, to really do any damage, you know? Can you explain why you look at both futures? There's discrepancies, man. And if you know, I mean, over the last, I hope, and I don't know how long you've been here, but we see discrepancy on them all the time. And I'll continue to, I always point them out when I see them. So take my word for it, and I'll make sure to show you examples of that moving forward. There's always little discrepancies at times. It's not necessary, but I have the bandwidth to do it, and I like to do it. What exposed me to trading? Watching The Wolf of Wall Street at 18 years old. Any advice for the youth trying to get into trading but are struggling financially? I would be very careful of paying attention to the sickening Instagram posts that are more and more common on social media. And I would realize that this game is not won by 18-year-olds flexing Lamborghinis. That is just simply not the case. It is so far from the truth. This is a, you know, gray-haired, mentally strong type of game, man. That's when you think about trading, you should not be thinking about kids with you know, highlighted spikes on their head trading Lamborghinis or like driving in their cars all day. This is a very serious, you know, stressful and difficult to master business. And the quicker that you realize that, either you will stop yourself from losing all your money, or you will lock in and realize that this is not going to be an easy road. The lack of understanding of what you're stepping into definitely hurts people. You're not stepping into fucking rainbows and butterflies, man. I mean, Jesus. That's not what this is. Trust me. I have been through everything you could imagine. I would, yeah. Very tough times. And you better be ready for them. Only the mentally strong make it through. But that's not to say it's not possible. I mean, you've seen, I'm 30 years old. I've been doing this for 12 years. I've hit a stride in my career where I'm pretty much just waking up and doing the same thing every day. It's not like I'm relearning anything. So you just got to get through that learning phase. And it's a skill that I could wake up anywhere in the world and apply what's in my mind at any moment in time. All right? And that's what is most exciting about trading. Wake up any moment in time, anywhere in the world, as long as it's in my mind, as long as I've properly educated myself, I can do it. And that's what should be your desire. That should be what drives you. That's what should drive your desire to learn. All right? What was my why? It's a good question, Jason. Uh, it's such a cliche answer because you hear it from everyone. They're like, "Oh, there was no other option." I mean, I I can't explain. I cannot explain just the feeling, just knowing that this is what I wanted to do. Like, it's not that cliche. It's not that, like, it's very true when people say when you find something you really love to do, you will become good at it. I mean, it wasn't even an option, man. There was not an option or thought process in my mind that this is what I wanted to do with my life. Was looking at stock charts. It just yeah, that was it. I don't know. It's just that was it. That was it was I never thought about doing other things. Never. Even like all through college, right? Just that was it. It was never even thought of anything else. It's just very weird. I mean, it's weird to say, but it's true. So, I think that if you don't have that in you, then maybe it's hard to continue because you're just sort of doing it for money. If you're just doing it for money and you don't like this game, then I think it is very difficult. But if you know that you love this, then I think you can do it. It's just like anything else in the world. Do I still use the 40? I do not. I typically will only have that VWAP on an intraday now to sell. But that's not to say it does. It's actually, you know what? Technically, I do use it. It's really just the EMA cloud is what I use now. So the EMA cloud is the 9 and the 21. Did your family have doubts your trading career? They were never a family. I have a very supportive family. I have a very supportive and very, very good family. So they never questioned it. They never were, they never really helped me along the way though. Like they never they were never like eagering me on, like, yeah, you can do it, man. Like that was never happening, but they weren't just telling me, no, you don't do it. I don't think they would say that about anything that I wanted to try. Just a supportive family. Supportive Italian family. Yeah, I got into Tim Sykes. I mean, Tim Sykes it's a different game, man. It's a different game. I can't say whether or not it's good to learn from him. I don't know. It's not my game, so it's hard for me to say. But that arena that they trade in is definitely very difficult. Pretty easy to find a tax guy, honestly. It's just normal capital gains. And, either, on SPX, it's the long-term capital gain, short-term. Most tax people understand it. Wasn't too hard. Inflection point. What's an inflection point? I told you that already when I was watching the futures. Pro tip, if you're ready for 5 years, you don't have to worry about capital gains. You ever consider using footprint charts? Carmine definitely makes me feel FOMO when he reads them. Yeah. Whenever I'm hanging out with him and he's got it up, I'm like, I probably should learn how to do that. But then I remember a day like today and it's just not necessary for me, right? Like, to me, it just adds a little bit more difficulty, or a little bit more, maybe more things, a little bit of analysis, paralysis by analysis sort of vibe, right? Like the Tesla trade, I didn't need that. The shorts on the Qs today, didn't need it, right? That we saw under that key level. But, all right, guys. Hey, Thomas. What's up, man? I've been seeing your come up, man. Way to go. Keep going. Keep grinding. All right, guys. It's 12 o'clock. I need to get going. Do you ever know when to buy very deep out of the money I would never buy further than a 0.3 delta on your option contracts. We talked about this. A lot of these questions, guys, that you're asking all are covered from our Sunday video. So make sure to look out for that Sunday video. I will post that in the next few days. That was probably the best educational video I've done in a long time. So be on the lookout for that. I hope you enjoyed the last 3 days. I sure did. Once again, I will stand up. Once again, thanks for all the support. Pretty awesome. Definitely a last 3 days to remember for me in my career. Just sort of the you guys showing up. It's definitely something I'll never forget. So I appreciate that. Had a great time. Felt like I did well. I displayed the strategy and the discipline very well. I would definitely go back and watch these sessions if you did not catch all of it. I think we did a killer job today. Just being disciplined in every aspect today and taking, in my opinion, being a part of the major move of the day. So thank you guys again for being here. Once again, the Black Friday sale ends tonight. Tomorrow, if you do join the community, I do want to give you a heads up. Tomorrow, I do trade with my mentorship group, which, depending on how, maybe if the mentorship people are understanding, which I always, I'll ask them. I'll see what they're thinking. I may maybe do a duel because I need to be careful of how much of a the Desi daycare may be wide open for business tomorrow if I am not there. So that was maybe bad timing on my part. I'll probably try to be there tomorrow, just so the Desi daycare does not go onto full effect. Yeah, let me get you the merch link real quick. Merch link. I need to go watch Dr. Disrespect play Arc Raiders. I'll put it in the description. Where is our YouTube? Where is our live stream? Huh. Did I just cancel the live stream? Here we go. All right. Look out for your emails. If you want something, merch store, links in the chat. Peace and love, everyone. Thank you for everything. I'm going to go take a little break. That's going to be it. Press that like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new. By the way, we do live stream every day, just so you guys know. Just not all day. 8 to 8 to 8:45 pre-market prep. So hopefully to pick up some of you on those pre-market live streams. I hope to see you guys there. All right. Peace out, guys.